Hey. You remember the first song you ever made? Yeah. Meet us all at Club Fawkes.
Before you knew the rules, when the noise inside your head was louder than the schools, and the screen was always glowing, and the night was always young, when 1,000 strange ideas could become a single song. Tell me, do you remember finding other voices like your own from a bedroom in the dark, through a signal in the phone? Strangers felt familiar and distant. Tell me, when did it start changing? When the silence broke apart? To listen to the rhythm of your heart, when the songs began to travel further than they ever could, when the world got just a little more misunderstood, when the nights ran on forever and the songs refused to fade, when the future felt like something we were learning how to make, when the noise became a language and the signal cut the fog. Meet us all, meet us all, meet us all at Club Fawkes. Static in the speakers, light across the screen, all the little bedrooms turn into a scene, feedback in the midnight, voices in the dark, everybody searching for a place to start. When the nights run on forever and the songs refuse to fade, when the future keeps unfolding in the noise we make, when the signal finds the others and the dream unlocks the door. Meet us all, meet us all, meet us all, meet us all at Club Fawkes. Meet us all at Club Fawkes. Meet us all at Club Fawkes.
It certainly does help to go and talk on the, um, with the microphone unmuted. I was just telling everybody that I was in the process of going and setting up some stuff, that I was putting my own songs in here as well this week, swapping out some other stuff that I had. And I was respecting the 3 limit, and I'm just making sure that I have 3 as opposed to 4. 2, 3. So I got 12%. I got buffering. And 2FA. All right. And then I got white corridors, which is 4, right? 2, 3, 4. Okay, can't do that. Gotta hold myself to the same standard, so I've only got 3, so I will do this one another time. There we go. Okay, and my stuff is in. Okay, we are ready to go. You may have noticed some visual changes. I added down in the bottom, I've added a camera there, so everybody can see me finally. I've also added in it should be that side for you guys. We now have the rotation that shows some of the shoutouts for some of the other streamers and the rest of it. Put that in yesterday, and should have chat highlights. So let me do one more thing, and I'm going to put in the Twitch chat so I can see what's actually happening. That takes a long time to start. No, it didn't pull in some old tracks. Like, literally what happened was I had put in some old stuff, but again, there was 0. I think we played everything last week, so should have 0 other than the album. These are old. That's an old one for me. Punch Me. Okay. So we had some disconnections with our input form last week, so maybe that's it. If you guys can tell me, I guess, or tell Tech Cowgirl which ones are needing to be coming out, what I'll do is I'll start the show and I'll keep going back to the chat just to make sure that we've got we have things in there the way it needs to be. Limit is 3 at the moment. Yes. Anybody else in chart chat? There we go. Yeah. Yes, I am. Old subs. Limit is 3. Put in another one. Okay. Old again. Okay. There's a CPR album. New song is Good For You. Can't see your live queue. No, that's fine. Hey, TJ. Okay, so let me start with Likes the Ninjas, because we had him mention his new song. And that was Is Good For You. And I'm not seeing it. Because there's Likes to Ninjas. Likes to Ninjas was farther up here as well. This one here. Still walking through it. I'm only seeing 2 for you, Likes to Ninjas. I can't. The only way I can adjust where I put one of my cameras is by putting an actual camera on the laptop. I'm using the laptop screen right now, or camera. Okay, weird. It shouldn't be doing that. Okay, what I can do is this. I will go through on the stuff that came in from Tally. I'll get rid of everything that's in here. I'll add it in so that we have definitively the correct stuff. So let me just start on that. And I will put in what was in from Tally from last week. So reject, 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 reject. And then if we do it that way, we should be fine. I think that CPR song is correct. Now, if I'm doing one, I might as well do all of them except for the one that the ones I just put in for myself. Okay, do it this way. Because I know mine are correct. Okay, there are my 3. Now let's go and grab Discord here. See, this is why I also have the submit forms right here. All right, so I am starting for the 8th. Actually, no, I'm going to start on the 6th. So we've got CPR came in on the 4th. So I'm going to copy that one. I'll do that one. And make sure that one's in. Okay, so CPR is in. War Tigress will be in a second. Anara will be in a second. I mean, the good thing about this is that it doesn't take too terribly long to rebuild the queue if I have to. So that's what I'm in the process of doing. That one I've already done. That one and that one I've already done. J Billings. Okay. Another one from Anara. Here's Likes to Ninjas. Tamlin. Edward. Just for the record, it's very weird to see Tech Cowgirl in a dress. Just saying. Grave was empty. With apparently a cameo of me in there with a frowny face. Okay, so that was the ones that were in here from They came in after August 3rd. So we have the last show happened on the 1st. So I've got stuff that has come in from the 2nd. But let me prove all this first. The stuff that I know is here. And I'll approve this. Okay, so that's Tech Cowgirl. That is like one song from Likes to Ninjas, one for Manara. Actually, it would be two for Manara. There's Jay Billings, War Tigress has one, and Tech has one. So that's what came in from the 3rd, or sorry, from the 4th onwards. Now I'm going to put in the stuff that came in on the 3rd. And this is to show you. Let me pull this one out. And I will attach it to our main window here that is broadcasting. All right. So this is the stuff that has come in from the 2nd, which is the day after. And I'm going to go down to here. Yeah, here's from the 3rd. Okay, so this is 2 days after the show started, or after the show ran last. And we got Tech, we have Tech, we have Tech, we have Vizipoo, Mr. Hulab, Alice Tanner, Alice Tanner, Alice Tanner, Likes to Ninjas, Likes to Ninjas, Likes to Ninjas, Mr. Hulab, Loosely, Loosely, Deciduous Zeus, Deciduous Zeus, another Loosely, Spin Creations, Spin Creations, Spin Creations, and then my 3, TJ, TJ, Oddwine, Simwalk. So those are the ones that you guys are all saying were the last week's, but it was after the show. So if you guys want to tell me definitively those are last week's, I won't go and put those in. Otherwise, I will go with what I've got here. All right. And then I'm going to grab this back out of here. Yeah, the playlist for Tech is different than what we are going to do for the rest of the show. I want to make sure that the rest of the queue is all sorted first. So that is... Speaking of which, do you want to shoot that link back over to me on DMs, Tech? So I've got it. I just, looking in the direct messages from you, I have the picture for Copper Penny, and that's it. So I'm just going to send you a quick DM, just so that pops up for you. If you shoot me back the link, then I can add that in, and then we are basically good to go. All right, so I just proved that one. That was Retort to Flames. Just came in. Okay, cool. I've got that, and I will put that in next. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shuffle this. I will put tech to the top, and we will start the album. If you guys want to confirm, as I said, I had a bunch that came in on the 3rd, which is 2 days after the last show. So I need to know whether or not the stuff that I got from there is accurate or not, because otherwise I'm going to leave it out if you guys are saying that it's last week's. To me, these came in on the 3rd, so I last did a show on the 1st, so I'm thinking that maybe these went over to Tech Cowgirls or something, and then that's the way that it went. So otherwise, for now, let's get Tech's album going here, and I will grab this. And get this going. So, do you want to say anything about the album, Tech, in chat before we get going? Okay, cool. So let me mention what I know of it. So CPR is a project of Tech's, Psychotech's. And let's see if I pull these guys in here so you guys can see it. So this is Copperpenny Rhythm. And this is a band of Tech's creation. And the cool thing about the group is that they died in one way or another, some good, some bad, and they are on their way to their reward, their final destination, something like this, and they are all on a train. It seems like this train is almost a momentary purgatory sort of setup, where they are proceeding through while each band member tells their story through song. So we'll start at the top, just so you have that back reference. And when they reach the end of the album, basically at that point they reach their destination and they are on to whatever it is that they are on to. I think it's a really cool backstory. I really like the idea of this one. So we shall get this one going.
Sunday is gloomy, my hours are slumberless. Dear as the shadows, I live with unnumberless. Little white flowers will never awaken you, not where the black coach of sorrow has taken you.
Angels have no thoughts of ever returning you.
Would they be angry if I thought of joining you. Gloomy Sunday,
Gloomy is Sunday.
With shadows I spend it all. My heart and I have decided to end it all. Soon there'll be candles and prayers that I said I know. Let them not weep,
Let them know
that I'm glad to go. Death is no dream, for in death I'm caressing you with the last breath of my soul. I'll be blessing you.
gloomy Sunday. Dreaming, I was only dreaming. I wake and I find you asleep.
In the deep of my heart here,
Darling, I hope that my dream never haunted you.
my heart is telling you
How much I wanted you. Gloomy Sunday.
I used to sing for spare change, with a voice and a worn-out song. Then the room began to fill up. Soon the crowds were singing along. I bought myself a new suit, thought I stood above the crowd, forgot the ones who knew me before I had a dime. Slow train home, carry me tonight. I got a woman waiting in a town I left behind. Slow train home, get me out of sight. I spent too long chasing trouble, now I'm running for my life. The phone rang after midnight, and I knew before I heard. Some conversations find you with only half the words. They said I'd gone too far now, there ain't no turning round. That whistle kept on calling, and the rails kept rolling on. chasing trouble. Now I'm running for my life.
I set the table for two, like I did the night before. I hear the sound of footsteps, but they don't reach the door. The music took you from me, the road took you away. I still keep your picture by the window where you stayed.
I wore that fancy jacket like I had it all figured out. But every road I traveled led me further from my house. Now the wheels keep turning and the night rolls on by slow. I've got nothing but this ticket and a place I used to know.
Slow train home, carry me tonight.
I've been waiting by the window.
I've been holding on so tight.
Slow train home. I know I lost my way. I don't need the life I found. I need yesterday. The conductor called my station. The whistle sounded low. I held my ticket in my hand, but I was scared to go. Two men stood beside the platform. Neither one called out my name. When I stepped into the darkness, I knew why they came. Slow train home,
Carry me away
I was chasing after midnight.
when I should have stayed.
Slow train home,
Rolling through the night
I was looking for tomorrow.
when I had my whole world right.
I'll leave the lamp burning
And the doorway open wide.
if you hear that old train calling.
You'll know that I tried.
Pedro raised his fiddle up, ran his fingers down the strings. Felipe lifted up his horn, waited for the room to ring. Conversation faded slowly. Glasses settled on the bar. The man behind the counter smiled. He'd seen them come this far. He wiped a glass with a white cloth, put the bottles back in line. "You boys starting up again?" Pedro said. just pour the rye. Rye was poured and set between them. Chairs were pulled a little near. Felipe grinned, need a rest. Pedro said, you go first. The drummer found a steady rhythm. Dancers stayed out on the floor. Every time they reached the ending, someone called for something more. Another round, let the music play. Horn would call, fiddle answered, till the room had slipped away. Tables cleared and chairs were stacked. Footsteps faded through the door. Still those brothers kept on playing like they'd played 1,000 more. The first trucks rolled along the street. Morning settled on the town. Pedro's hat lay by the doorway. Felipe's coat was hanging down. The bartender counted quarters, turned the sign around outside. He went over to the brothers, neither one opened their eyes. Years went by, the room kept changing. New names filled the chairs. People still remember the music they had shared. No one agreed who won that night. No one could say who lost. They only knew those brothers paid the highest kind of cost. Another round, the glasses came again. Horn held steady, fiddle answered, like they always had back then. Glass for glass they matched each other. Neither brother gave an inch. The contest ended with a tie, and silence followed after. Monty had a Cadillac, the color of the night, chrome that caught the street lamps, always polished, always bright. Drove her home from every gig once the crowd had gone away. Said a car like that could carry any dame away. It was late along a winding road. The moon was thin and pale. Something black crossed through his headlights, quick along the rail. He never had a moment, hardly time to catch his breath. Wrenched the wheel to spare a shadow, met a tree instead. Black cat, Cadillac, he missed the cat but not the tree. That's how fate collects its fee. cat kept strolling down the lane. He'll never drive that car again. They found him with his hands still loose upon the wheel, radio still playing soft, a tune he used to feel. Folks said it was an accident, some said it was fate, but those who knew him best just said he swerved a bit too late. They towed away the wreckage, but the tree still bears the scar, a pale streak in the bark left by the chrome of Monty's car. Boys around the neighborhood still swear on certain nights they hear a lone piano drifting past the streetlights. Black cat, Cadillac, cut the wheel, missed that cat, never did come back from that. Came up through the alley clubs, learned his trade the hard way through. Fingers thick as harbor rope, callous, dark and true. Never flashy, rarely loud, just anchored every tune. Patient as a lighthouse, holding steady 'neath the moon. It was a Saturday at the Bluebird, when the wiring kissed the wall. Smoke curled through the floorboards, sent the dancers toward the hall. He reached the street half blinded, drew a breath of open night, then caught a small voice calling, and he turned back toward the fight. Down at the House of Ash, that's where the story stays. He walked back through the smoke and gave a stranger all his days. His bass stood there unclaimed beside a doorway turned to coal. And nobody around these parts forgets that kind of toll. He found her curled beneath a beam, too scared to make a sound. Bundled her inside his coat and lifted off the ground. Pushed her through a broken pane to arms outstretched in bed, Turned back once more for the door, but nothing waited there. Come sunrise, they pulled him out when the ruin had gone cold. Palms still curved around a neck no hand would ever hold. That girl's a woman now, returns most every spring, lays a coin along the bridge and doesn't say a thing. Down at the house of ash, the grain still holds a tone. Some men leave behind a name, others leave a home. Every time that bass gets played, somewhere inside the sound, something of him keeps on walking, keeps the rhythm bound.
You spend your whole life thinking there's always another tomorrow. Funny how tomorrow can slip right through your fingers. I was just a girl when I stole my first cigarette. Johnny caught me smiling, said, "Kid, you'll regret it yet." He took it from my fingers, crushed it beneath his shoe, then lit one for himself and sighed, "I want better for you." He said, "Don't follow where I'm headed, leave this foolish habit be. If I can't save myself anymore, maybe I can save you from me." I laughed like only young folks do, certain I knew best. I never dreamed one little spark could settle in my chest. Johnny sang each Friday, could hush a crowded room. Then one day he walked away and never made it home. No sickness came to claim him, no gray upon his head, just whispers in a churchyard and tears for all the dead. I stood beside his coffin, a cigarette in hand. I should have thrown it in the dirt, instead I struck the match. Years keep rolling onward, whether you're ready or not. You bury dreams and people, you hold on to what you've got. Smoke don't make a promise, it only takes its due. Johnny tried to warn me, I wish I'd listened to you. The band kept right on playing, though the faces slowly changed. One by one they left us. Nothing stayed the same. Only Vinny kept on calling. Every evening right on 6. Didn't matter where he'd been, he never seemed to miss. We'd laugh about the highways, the clubs and one-night stands, the songs that filled our younger years, the crowds, the lights, the band. Funny thing about forever, you don't know when you're in it. Then came the coughing. At first it was mornings, then afternoons, then every hour in between. Doctor looked me square and said, lung cancer. Couldn't say I was surprised, just sorry it took me so long to hear what Johnny had been saying since we were kids. That Tuesday wasn't different. Vinny called at 6, asked if I'd been behaving. I said, I'm doing my best. He laughed and said, you get some sleep. I'll call tomorrow night. I said, hold on, Vin. Don't hang up just yet. There was a little silence, and I found the words I'd carried half a lifetime. I've loved you longer than I ever knew how to say. He didn't answer right away. Then I heard him crying. He said, I've loved you too. I smiled and closed my eyes. He said, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I whispered, I know. I love you, Vinny. The line stayed open a while, until it didn't anymore.
The doctor said, take it easy, Vinny, like that's something I could do. He said, my heart is getting tired, like it forgot what it went through. I just smiled and said, I've had a good run. I've seen some wonderful nights, but there's one thing I never got over, watching my friends leave my sight. There's a picture on the dresser, sepia and turning thin. 6 of us are standing there, back when the world was young again. Johnny's holding up a cigarette, Monty's got that crooked grin, Deacon's standing tall behind us, like he always did back then. Pedro's got his fiddle case, Felipe's got his horn, Mariana's wearing that blue dress before time took us down. And I'm not in that picture. Funny how that turned out. I was the one behind the camera, the one nobody wrote about. We played every little supper club, every room with a wooden floor, $1 in the tip jar, and we'd still come back for more. The jukebox kept on spinning, the coffee kept us awake. We thought we'd play forever, never dreamed we'd say goodbye someday. Johnny was the first one gone, everybody knew his name. He had a voice that filled a room, and trouble found him anyway. Pedro and Felipe, those two brothers, never went nowhere alone. They laughed louder than anybody until the bottle took them home. Monty loved that old piano, he could make the whole room cry. Then one rainy road outside the city, and we had to say goodbye. Deacon never talked about himself, that's the kind of man he was. He ran back into that burning place to save a child and never came home. Mariana stayed the longest, she'd call me every week. She'd say, "Vinny, don't you dare quit playing," even when she could barely speak. Then one morning the phone stopped ringing, and the apartment got too still. Funny how you don't hear silence until silence is all you feel. Last night I had the strangest dream. I was back at the old place. Same red lights, same cracked piano, same smoke above the stage. The room was full, the band was waiting, like no time had passed at all. And I heard a voice behind me from the other side of the hall. "Vinny, you took your time." I turned around and there he stood, Johnny, just like before. "You look older, kid." I said, "Johnny, you're supposed to be gone." He just laughed and shook his head. "Gone ain't the same as forgotten. You still got those brushes. You better, we got a gig tonight." I saw Monty at the piano, Deacon leaning on his bass. Mariana was by the microphone with that familiar smile on her face. "You carried us a long way, Vinny. Now let us carry you." I looked down at my hands, they weren't shaking anymore. For the first time in years, I wasn't scared. Your spot's still open. Always was. I spend my whole life taking pictures, keeping everyone in view. But I never thought I'd see the day I'd finally stand there too. No more empty chairs beside me, or dead names I can't call out. No more wondering where the music went. I know where it is now. We could really use a drummer, so bring me my old jacket, bring me those worn out sticks. Tell the boys to save me a seat, tell them Vinny's back in the mix. The room is getting brighter, the band begins to play, and the last thing that I hear is a count that never fades. 1, 2, 3, 4. woke up in a pine box with my microphone in hand, 6 feet under churchyard dirt, still playing for the band. The drummer lost his heartbeat, the violin lost its bow, but every night at midnight we got one more show. Rock me slow, rock me low, that's the only song I know. Ring that bell, dim that light, we play the graveyard blues tonight. Don't you cry, don't ask why, everybody gets a turn to die. Close the door, kill the flame, the dead still answer when you call their name. The preacher came on Sunday with a Bible and a prayer. He said, boys, you can't keep playing when nobody's sitting there. But the trumpet started crying and the old organ started moaning. Now the whole town hears our music when the churchyard starts a groaning. Rock me slow, rock me low, where the crooked cypress grow. Strike that drum, pull that string, let the bones remember how to sing. Don't you cry, don't you run, the midnight band has just begun. Close the door, kill the flame, the dead still answer when you call their name. Keeps a lantern burning by the gate. She says, son, I know you're gone, but you always come back late. I told her, mama, don't you worry, I ain't lost and I ain't alone. Me and the boys keep playing in a little house of stone. They buried our bodies, but they couldn't bury the song. The dirt got heavy, the years got long, but every heart that ever hurt, every soul that ever cried, knows a little piece of heaven can sound like a funeral ride. Rock me slow, rock me low, let the old church organ blow. Raise that glass, strike that tune, we'll be dancing with the shadows of the moon. Don't you cry, don't say goodbye, we'll be waiting on the other side. Close the door, kill the flame, the dead still answer when you call their name.
Sing it soft,
Sing it bright,
a postmortem lullaby
tonight.
And that was Psychotech's album. I thought it was going to be excellent, and it absolutely was. It's totally set a mood. Which he thanked us for the opportunity, but I want to thank him for bringing it because that was fantastic. Yeah, so that was CPR. And he has also just said in the chat that he's going to be doing a follow-up album with them back on Earth in their undead forms. So that is cool. So that's what you walked into, Dr. Doobie. Oh, you're very welcome. So I will mark this one as played. All right, let's start bringing in some of the new ones. So, bad host. Tech, do you want to have that playlist actually put into the chat so people can go out and view it? I'll grab that just in case that the answer is a yes. If anybody wants to. So we just had a bunch of people saying really, really nice things about the album in chat. And yeah, I think people want to. So there you go. I think it was absolutely excellent album. So what is going to have to do the heavy lifting after that? Now that everybody's mellow. I want to just make sure here that we got one. Tell you what. I'll run one of mine because I know that this one will start bringing people up. Again, just bringing them out of the mellow. So this one I think will be good. So this is for the title track of an album that I've just kind of fell down the stairs into. I started writing a track, and for those of you who know me well, know that sometimes, rather frequently, that will turn into an entire album. I do rounds, yes. I'm just going to want to make sure everybody was in here first before I set up the rounds, but I think we've got things sorted out now for the song submissions, so I didn't want to put it back into rounds before we did that. But I'll play this one, and then I will get the rounds and stuff going after that. So this is actually something I'm going to preview on our premiere, maybe not premiere, but because I'll be premiering it here, but I'll be putting this onto Matt's AI DIY show. And this is actually one for everybody who does this style of music, because you guys have all heard the arguments and the rest of it. You know, AI music has no soul, etc. All this kind of garbage. So I did a comedy track. And that's what I'm going to be doing. This is the title track for the album Contains Up to 12% Human. And I think you guys are going to enjoy it because, again, you guys are doing the same thing that we all are, which is, you know, we are making music, hearing the arguments about there's no soul to it or any of the rest. So I thought I'd do this one up for fun, and I think you guys will enjoy it. Here we go.
Authenticity verified. Approximate human content detected. 12%. single sentence.
Make it sound like something new.
Click regenerate another.
Maybe make the
Chorus strong. If inspiration needs a coffee, I'll just let the robot hum.
people say it's cheating.
I call it workflow.
Contains up to 12% human.
Crafted with efficiency, premium authenticity.
12% human. Now with extra feelings.
Factory installed meanings.
Certified organic soul.
Quality controlled.
Quality control.
Won an award for songwriting. Gave myself a standing ovation. Robot did the heavy lifting.
I approve the punctuation.
Creative director, visionary at the helm. I pick the font and album cover. That's
Basically art itself. Every masterpiece
needs management.
contains up to 12% human.
Emotion sold separately. Upgrade for empathy.
12% human. Hand finished perfection.
Minimal reflection.
Authenticity enhanced.
Consumer approved.
New version available. Now remembers your feelings. Premium subscribers receive 3 additional metaphors and 1 complimentary childhood memory.
Please wait. Calculating passion found.
Loading 12%.
12%.
Contains up to
12% human.
Nothing here was accidental, artificial, sentimental.
12% human.
Just enough to feel sincere.
Not enough to interfere.
Guaranteed to sound profound.
Dance while thinking deep.
Human content. Verified 11.8% within tolerance.
I figured that would do some heavy lifting. That was contains up to 12% human. Again, that's the title track for my new album. I figured it would be a good transition from CPR into the regular queue. Truly knew what some of the labels meant. Yeah, exactly. So there we go. We'll put that one as played, and then we shall get the other one going here by putting this into the rounds and running the shuffle. Okay, there we go. Tech Cowboy. Yeah, Tech Cowboy. Tech Cowgirl. Tom. Kinski, J. Billings, BK Soul Music, who should be in round 1. And Nara, who should be in round 1, and War Tigress should be in round 1. And Alice Tanner should be in round 1. Interesting. Okay. So I set it up for rounds, but it's deciding it's going to do or leave people out of the first round. I don't think that's cool. So what I'm going to do is this. I will pull yeah, we're going to need a bigger boat. That's right. I'm going to pull songs from the lower part of the rounds to make sure that everybody gets a first play out of this as we go. But I'm going to start with TJ, and then I'll go down to round 2. I'll pull somebody from there, and then I will go down to round 3. From round 2 who has not been included in round 1. I will go down to round 3 as we go as well, just to make sure everybody gets some play and that we have things fair for that. So We'll start off with Tom F, who is Bark Magnitude. This is a test video and sound for a song and a visualizer. So I will grab this and put this into the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to be as fair as I can be, Kinski. If the chat isn't, or if the stream queue isn't doing it properly, then I'm going to make sure that everybody at least has done this fairly. So, and I have some new features this week that you guys will get to see as we go along. And this is a YouTube video, so we will pull it from there. Okay, here we go.
Soundboard makes you a god. Just a ghost in a machine, acting like a fly. Tear the curtain down, burn the recipe. Think you run the panel, but you're blind to what I see. Erica and me, yeah, we got through the static. Your behind the scenes trip is getting cinematic. Course illusion that's hard for me to take. Plating up the apples, pouring out the rum, thinking you're a king, but you're leaving only crumbs. Yeah, cabbages and clowns playing royalty, but this 7-string jug is the true reality. I shifted into neutral, let the engine roar. The finest little shadow, what you ever saw. Turn the curtain down, burn the recipe. Think you run the panel, but you're blind to what I see. Erica and me, yeah, we got through the static. Your behind the scenes trip is getting cinematic. Now shift the gears. Oh, the puppet master and the master of the feast. You tried to serve us trouble, but to say the very least. We're keeping things quite neutral with a smile upon our face. 'Cause Tom F sets the tempo when we're playing in this space. So keep your candied beverages and fingers on the mute. We're waltzing past your drama in a tailored, snappy suit. Now wasn't that swell? A ghost at the producer's desk and a critic with a whisk. Try a little harder next time, won't you? Tom F. out, ta-ta!
I was on mute, or unmuted. Yep, I won't forget to reject the duplicate entry of the CPR album. I saw that when I was going through the queues, but thanks for reminding me. I appreciate it. Okay, that was Tom F. with Retort to Flames. Visualizer, initially when we started, I was thinking there was something wrong with the video. Not realizing initially that it was Visualizer. And then I went, no, we're fine with that. It is the way that Visualizer's set. So I was worried I was going to have to stop and restart the song, but it was good. Also, computer, turn on desk light. Oh, sure, now it doesn't work. Computer, turn on desk light. There we go. Realized that was still off from CPR. But this was kind of neat in the fact I was listening to it and it was like a hip hop and rock kind of fusion. And I'll be honest, like Screamo for the most part, I'm hearing is Cookie Monster. It's just because of the songs I've done that I hear most Screamo as Cookie. So it was like it was a smooth track for the most part, and then we introduced the Screamo aspect, which is kind of like, oh, cool, Cookie, yes, yep, okay, good. But yeah, it was rhythmic, and I thought that the hip hop rock fusion was kind of neat. So because you had elements where it was definitely had that rhythm to it, and the beat itself was like boom, 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 boom. You know, that kind of a setup, right? So I thought it was well put together and enjoyed it a lot. Thanks, Tom. Should mark this one as played. All right, what are we going to do next? I was going to pull one from track 2 or round 2 to make sure that we have that pull. So I'm going to pull, just because War Tigress always thinks that you know, I'm never going to play their stuff. I'm going to play War Tigress's Snack Hell. Post this into here. I was not really screaming, that was more bitching at people. Yeah, exactly. Well, the good news, Tech, is that they should renew tomorrow because you'll be, or on Monday, because you'll be into her show. Okay, so we shall play Snack Hell, and you guys will be able to see the new visualizer at work.
I only wanted one little snack today, one honey bun, maybe 2. Now I'm standing at the foot of mountains made entirely of sugar-coated honey buns. There's glazed ones, chocolate ones, cream-filled ones, cookies and cream ones. Birthday cake, honey buns. Who built this place? Captain, I think we found paradise. No, we found Snack Hell. Snack Hell, honey buns everywhere. Grab another, nobody really cares. Chocolate rivers, cookie forest, butter waterfalls. Roar, we came for 1, we stayed for 10. Now somebody bring me more. I'm climbing donut mountain glaze, chocolate Boston cream, powdered apple fritters rolling down the hill. Brownies, brockies, cupcakes, cheesecake. Why is there a croissant the size of a house? Who's hungry? We are. Who's thirsty? We are. What do you want? Everything. Pop, fizz, crack, soda. Guys are shooting to the sky. Coca-Cola, cream soda, cherry Coke, vanilla Coke, root beer, orange soda, pink raspberry lemonade, bubble tea, milkshakes. Everybody open the can. Now we're swimming through cookie dough, ice cream, mint chocolate chip, vanilla bean, tiger tail, cookies and cream, chocolate fudge, brownie, cookie dough, Oreo cookie dough, birthday cake, bubble gum. I can't feel my feet. Chocolate eggs, chocolate cream eggs, caramel eggs, mint eggs, vanilla cream, cookie dough, marshmallow, peanut butter, hazelnut. Why are they falling from the sky? Wait, do you hear that? No, that's not somebody help? Actually, never mind. This honey bun makes a really nice pillow. Pass me another cream soda, Captain. We're trapped forever. Good. Nobody touch my sugar-coated honey buns. Those are mine. Snacker hell, Hunenga Bro, Cytodromer, Aldrienda. Snack hell with the sweetest place alive. Chocolate oceans, cookie mountains, every snack survives. Honey bun kingdoms, candy rivers, butter fills the skies. We'll never leave, we're far too full, and honestly, we're perfectly fine. We're perfectly fine. The ghost crew slowly disappears beneath another enormous avalanche of sugar-coated honey buns. Hey, who's got another honey one? Hey, who's got another honey bun?
That was Snack Hell by the War Tigress. There was some innuendo in there that I was kind of catching a little bit, having to do with, sugar-coated honey buns and stuff. I'm sure that was intentional. Had a good beat to this one, and it was, I caught some of the kind of the Norse stuff in there, which was kind of a neat thing. So I was enjoying this track because of how rhythmic it was. So honey buns are good though, especially with peanut butter. I've never tried that. Honey buns with peanut butter would be interesting. So now you have to say in the chat whether or not you are a smooth peanut butter person or a crunchy peanut butter person. And how crunchy, if you are a crunchy peanut butter person, are you? Are you somebody that likes to have just a few chunks, or are you somebody that is like all the chunks? Smooth. Okay. I am very definitely somebody that likes crunchy peanut butter. The more chunks in it, the happier I am. If I can get almost a quarter of a peanut per chunk, I'm totally a happy person. And lately, it has to be Skippy. Canada, it was squirrel for us, but here there is a type of peanut butter I've been buying recently, which is called Pippin Nut. The fact that I actually had this handy is hilarious. Pippin Nut, natural nuttiness. It is a dark roast peanut butter, if you can imagine that. So, dark roast peanuts and peanut butter is just fantastic. Smooth, Jeff. Oh, okay. I don't hold it against you guys. It's fine. Everybody can have their preference and their favorites. Even if we're wrong, right? Yeah, peanut butter is amazing. It's one of my favorite food items. It's usually crunchy because you eat peanut butter on a sandwich and throw Doritos on that thing. So what flavor of Doritos goes with peanut butter? Now that has me curious. If you say it's like some kind of chili, that would be just very, very different. Ranch would be disgusting, I think. I did like the Cool Ranch. But to get back to War Tigress's track, it's very visual in the fact that everybody can identify with most of the items that are in there. And I'm sure that they died by diabetes. Regular kind. Oh, so like cheese and peanut butter. Cheese and peanut butter I could see. I could see that one. Actually, they used to sell it, and I don't know if they still do or not, where they have the peanut butter jam combination. That and the cheese Doritos would be like, what do they call those things? A rainbow sandwich? With extra crunch. So that could be interesting. But okay, let's mark this one as played, and we shall move on to the next, because I pulled that one from the lower section. I will go and we've got 3 here, 2, 3, 4 down here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pull 1 from round 2, because round 3 has basically the same people. So I'm going to pull 1 from round 3, or sorry, round 2, and put that into the next, and then I will do round 1. So let's pull Kinski. We're going to need a bigger boat. I did this for David's a la Great White Boss's Twitch stream event, and it turned out nice, I think. Awesome. BK Soul. Brother, ooh. Brother, ooh. Yeah, I can see that. Alright. We've got that there, and let's play this one. Come on. I clicked play. There we go.
We
is breaking loose. We're gonna need a bigger boat. It's coming back for us. It is the side, we see the white. The whole black ocean moves. We're gonna need a bigger boat. But there's no time now. We're gonna need a bigger boat. We're gonna need a bigger now. We're gonna need a bigger boat. We're gonna need a bigger now. Don't look down. Don't lean over. Don't look down. It knows we're here. It's coming around.
Always have to go and track down the tab that has the mic mute on it. So that was Gonna Need a Bigger Boat by Kinski. And you know what this kind of had me thinking about? I know that the subject was the first Jaws movie, and I saw that more than a few times, and the whole thing with Roy Scheider and the flare gun at the end, so I got all the lyrics for this. But it was like imagining listening to that album or watching that movie and having it take place at about the time of the Lost Boys, like the 90s. That kind of soundtrack is kind of what you'd get with this song. It's like, to me, it sounds very Lost Boys, like from that soundtrack, which is a very cool soundtrack and something I really loved a lot. And the way that this music was all put together was really cool in that aspect, right? You had this very, very good sound, and especially when you were listening to the layers in it, like the guitar and everything else, so it almost sounded like the recording mic was in front of the lead singer, and you had the instruments and the rest of it were more picked up through ambience than they were through directly mixed in. So I loved how that mix was. It gave you this sense of front and center is the lyrics and the vocalist, and behind that, back from the main part of it, backing it is the band and shaping that sound. So really enjoyed that a lot, and the lyrics themselves, pointing to everything that happened with the first Jaws movie, was very, very cool. So I love this one a lot. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it other than just sound spot on for, what I was hoping for with this. And like I said, it was almost like doing Jaws as a good movie in the 90s around the time of Lost Boys. And that soundtrack would have been amazing, and I think this song would have been on it. So that's what I was hearing with all this. Yeah, I think it did. I think it gave you a great song for this. So you should mark this one as played. Okay, who are we going to pull next? Because we have two in the front here now. I'm going to pull Jay Billings, because that will pull one more from round one, which will leave Tech Cowgirl in round one by herself. Then we will go and play Tech Cowgirl, and then That will clear off the first round, and then we will be down into here. I think that's the way to do it. Or, yeah, I'll do J. I will do one for Manara, and then I will do Tech Cowgirl, and that will space it out fairly. So J Billings, A Note on the Table, original sad country song, classic heartbreak ballad. Post this into working on a whole sea maritime inspired hip trip hop shoegaze post-punk album. Cool. So post that there. Go into YouTube and the Unified Chat and post that there. And come back over to my host panel. And let's play. I'm going to run downstairs here in a minute, so kind of need to do that.
A note on the table is all that she left. A note on the table in a room filled with regret. I walked in the door, and she wasn't there. The smell of her perfume still lingered in the air. I saw the note on the table next to my chair, and I dropped to my knees as I read in despair. A note on the table is all that she left. A note on the table in a room filled with regret. I picked up her picture and asked myself why. As I wiped away the tear that was caught in my eye, I looked in the closet, and her clothes were all gone. And I thought to myself, how will I carry on? A note on the table is all that she left. falling apart. But a note on the table is all that I have left.
Let's make sure the microphone's down. That was Note on the Table, original sad country song classic, Heartbreak Ballad by Jay Billings. So structure on this one is very much classic country. We're talking 80s, well, classic in this case being 80s, 90s, I think is this kind of the structure. So kind of a Garth Brooks style sort of setup. I'll admit that I'm not really a big country person, just simply because, again, some of you guys may have heard this, my dad loved Charlie Pride and George Jones. And if you ever want to have a song that should be playing at 45 RPM but actually sounds like it's at 16, it is those guys. So I kind of got spoiled for country as a result of that. Just, you know. Dad listened to Johnny Cash as well when Johnny Cash was doing his country days. But Johnny Cash always did interesting music. And I actually got to appreciate Johnny Cash a little bit more as I got older, when I started to realize that he wasn't just simply a country gospel guy. But in his own time, he was actually as trying to think of the word, almost experimental in what he did. Musically, like you got to see a little bit in that later on in life when he did "Hurt" by Trent Reznor and Nine Inch Nails. He actually redid that in his own style, but it was because of, like I said, my dad, that I'm not really a big country person, but the structure on this one sounded very good, and the clean sound of it as well. Like it was I would just describe this one as a classic country ballad. So I did have to run downstairs for a second, so I missed part of the story. But it sounded to me like this was a very well structured piece. So I wish I hadn't had to run downstairs, but there was a couple things I had to do real quick here before before it became even more imperative. So let's put it that way. Early 2000s, Brad Paisley sound to him. Nice work on that song. Yeah, excellent. I agree. Should mark that one as played. All right. So we've got Tech Cowgirl left on round one. So I'm going to play her next. And that will clear off round number one. Other than I think we still have an Anara piece. So I will play Anara right after Tech Cowgirl, because that just simply clears off this one, and then we're into round two. So this is Edward by Child Ballad number 13, traditional Scottish folk song. Copy this one. Paste this one in here. Oh, I see what's going on. I'm sitting here wondering why YouTube isn't showing anything. Or is it Twitch? Let me just review this one. I just want to be sure that I've got the Twitch stream running. Okay. Yes, we're running. Okay, good. I don't want to introduce echoes though, so we're good there. All right. So this is Tech Cowgirl and Edward.
say drop we bloed Edward, Edward, why does your brand say drop we bloed, and why say sad gang you? I killed my hawk say greed mither, mither, I killed my hawk say greed, and I had nae mair but you. Your hawk's blood was never sae red, Edward, Edward, your hawk's blood was never sae red, my dear son, I tell thee. Oh, I had killed my red roan steed, mither, mither, I had killed my red roan steed, that erst was sae fair and free. Your steed was old and ye hae got mair, Edward, Edward, your steed was old and ye got mair, some other dool ye draw. Oh, I hae killed my father there, mither, mither, I hae killed my father there, alas, and ways me. Penance will ye dream of that, my dear son? Now tell me, oh, I've set my fate in yonder boat, mither, mither, I'll set my fate in yonder boat, and I'll fare over the sea. Oh, and what will ye do, ye tower from your heart, Edward, Edward, and what will you do, ye towers and bid that words if fair to see? Oh, let them stand till they don't fall, mither, mither, let them stand till they don't fall, for here never mair maun I be. Oh, and what will ye like to your bairns and your wife, Edward, and your wife when ye gang over the sea? Oh, the world is ruling them back through life, mither, mither, the world is ruling let them back through life, for they never met all I see. Oh, and what will you leave to your ain little day, Edward, Edward, what will you leave to your ain little day, my dear son? Now tell me, oh, the curse of hell frame is all ye bear, mither, mither, the curse of hell frame is all ye bear, the counsels he gave to me, oh.
I was trying to do a little bit of commentary on the chat as the song was going along. So, yeah, Edward did kind of a particularly stupid thing. You know, first of all, as any parent knows, when your kids are lying to you, it's pretty obvious that they're lying to you. And mom here went and used mom logic or mom intuition, and she basically was like calling him out on every one of his pieces of BS. You did not kill your hawk. You didn't kill your steed. What did you actually kill? And he's like, well, you know, Dad just kind of honked me off, so I proceeded to slay him. And she's like, okay, so what are you going to do about it? Go to your room, by the way, but what are you going to do about it? And he's like, well, I guess I'm going to have to go to my room across the sea. And she's going, okay, well, fantastic. Glad you thought this out. But what are your kids and your wife going to do? And he's basically saying, I don't know, like let them, go live in the market and beg for their food, right? And then he's like, okay, well, she's all about, what's going to happen, like with all your bills. And he's just kind of like, the typical kid where he's like, oh, I don't know, you deal with them. So generally now everybody's screwed, all because of the fact that somebody got a little honked off at their dad and proceeded to have a very bad decisions day. So I don't know if you guys got all that. And Tech Cowgirl can probably tell me if I'm wrong, but that's what was sang in dialect. So, more or less. There was a little bit more in there, but I shall, because I don't see Tech Cowgirl here yet. I guess I shall mark this one as played. But hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Oh, sounds like she's just coming back from the kitchen. Okay, so I'm going to play an R now. Dance the Distance Down. I can hear her talking in the house.
Threads of glass are burning bright, sand run clear and fine as hair bears your laughter through the night. Every pulse returns your breathing, every spark restores your face. Light runs out across the water, then comes dancing to this place. Take my hand beyond the window, turn me once and turn me twice. Every mile becomes a ribbon when your voice arrives in light. Come dance the distance down, round and round the light. Threads of glass that carry you tonight, and me till the far grows small, turn me wild and bright. Across the miles we dance on living strands of light. Not a ghost road, only glass beneath the ground. Yet your eyes arrive like summer and your joy becomes the sound. Not the warmth, the fur and fingers, not the weight I mean to know, but a bright and faithful pathway as I close the miles below. Every call becomes a footstep, every laugh unbars a door. Every morning spent together makes me want the morning more. Come dance the distance down, round and round the light. My hand through threads of glass that carry you tonight. Turn me till the far grows small, turn me wild and bright. Across the miles we dance on living strands of light. We have shared the quiet kitchen where the work and weary jokes watched each other's rooms turn golden as a different daylight broke. Every ordinary minute shows the life I mean to keep. Waking, making, laughing, turning, finding you before I sleep. Every wheel beat says I'm coming. Every drum beat marks the span. Lovers may be slender rivers, feel almost like your hand. In my heart, moven cielo, tagragam duit posmi med I will say the rest beside you, with no glass between our skin. But the vow is in the turning, and the road is drawing in. Every rail and a road and ocean, every dawn we travel through, is not keeping us divided, it is bringing me to you. Silent, it will not be loss or night. I will stand there close beside you at the far end of the light. No frame around your emerald eyes, no ocean at the door, only fingers closing round mine and morning on the floor. Come dance the distance down, round and around we fly. All the roads of glass behind us, both our shadows side by side. Turn me once and turn me home, let the wheel run wild and bright. Moving chair, a gra, we came home through strands of light. Dance the distance down, I am coming through. Every strand that carried love has led my hands to you. Turn me once and hold me near, let the dark give way to light. A gra, the miles are ending now, keep dancing through the light. The light carried us this far. Now take my hand.
That was Dance the Distance Down by Anara. So this one, very much an Irish style song. The 114 beats per minute. So instrumentation, this is kind of what I thought was kind of neat. So we had hurdy-gurdy, we had didge, we had bass, we had boran, a brush kick, a bouzouki, a cedar flute, it said, a low whistle, and sparse cello and Celtic harp. So I was hearing the harp pieces, I was hearing boran, obviously. Didge was kind of neat to have in that mix, and then hurdy-gurdy. That was primarily a lot of the major bits that were in there. The flute would pop in from time to time. So I particularly liked how the didge added to this piece. It was quite nice in getting that drone underneath that. Plus, the way that it was putting in the pipes actually was more like a Uilleann pipes and flute for the most part. So that had a good sound to it. All in all, made it really sound very much an Irish style tune, and the beat was good. Like, it seemed to be like you could imagine yourself sitting in a pub listening to the band performing this piece. And so I thought that was really well put together in that fashion. It would throw some people off in an Irish pub having a didge, but I think it actually really added to this piece. Actually, I'm quite happy when I hear a dig in an Irish piece for a lot of reasons. Just because at one point we had a dig when we were in Canada, and also the way that it works, it's almost like a drone from bagpipes in a way when you do it quite well. So I thought it was a good underlier in most of the tunes. So, but I like this one quite a lot, Nora, and thanks for bringing it by. Don't worry, I explained some of what was going on. I did kind of the bad lip reading version of it to explain that Edward was about, you're a bad son, go to your room, tell me what happened first. Well, I killed my hawk. No, you didn't kill your hawk. I killed my steed. No, you didn't kill your steed. Okay, well, I killed Dad. Why did you kill your dad? Well, because basically Dad honked me off. And Mom's like, well, okay, so first of all, go to your room. How are you going to deal with this? And he's like, well, I'm going to go to my room and it's going to be overseas. Well, okay, but what about your wife and your kids? Well, they can just kind of go live in the market and beg. Okay, well, what about your dad? Well, I don't know. You can take care of it, right? And that's kind of the way it went. So I explained all that, and because it was kind of in dialect, I figured that it would help to have kind of a primer. And doing a bad lip reading primer is probably better than no primer at all. Yeah, well, she did send him to his room, which means that he listened to his mom. His mom told him to kill the dad, but she sent him to his room because he killed the dad. That basically says that Mom may have made a suggestion, but legally, for legal reasons, she did not tell him to kill his father, because that would make her as much a power chose treason. That would make her as much having to go to her room as her son to go to her room. So, but I think you should be kind of surprised that I was actually able to understand all that from the dialect. So, because it's not exactly an easy thing to listen to either. No, she wasn't as much at fault because it's always the Y chromosome. You can't say that. So the husband was at fault, and the son was at fault because they both have Y chromosomes. Her suggestions are entirely circumstantial in this instance, right? So, okay, let me go and bring this one in. Cool beat. I do have that. My genealogy is kind of like, what's a country? Oh, quick, let's have a baby there. Well, through most of Europe, including Wales and Scotland and England and Cumbria and yeah, all of it. Mind you, I don't know if there's anybody from that was Cornish. I'll have to look that one up. Anyways, we shall do, because we've just reached the end of round 1. I'm going to take this out of rounds. Oh, we did not play anything from Alice yet. See, that's why I was double checking. That's the duplicate that we'd already done. Okay, so let me do one from Alice. Actually, let's do it this way. I will take it out of rounds first. I will do a shuffle, and I will pick the first one that Alice has. Because that's random, right? So it's Alice Tanner, Forbidden Fruit. If you do that, you realize that I have the opportunity to go and say, I'm sorry, I did not understand what you were actually telling me. So, yes, I did play one from UBK Soul, I think. Okay, let me do it this way. I'll play one of Alice's. I will play one of BK Soul's after that, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, I'm actually happy that, like, I'd like to go up to Brecken, but I don't think that we needed to have the hassle of that whole thing the way that it all started off. So I think that was probably better. Doing an oil change. Awesome. Been a while since I've done that. Okay, Alice Tanner.
You came into my life that day, rediscovered words I'd forgotten to say, made me feel warmth like once before, emotions mixed, not really sure if you feel the same way about me. Time will tell, let's wait and see how this all plays out. I'm terrified and full of doubt, 'cause you have yours and I have mine, and we've got We've gotta try. We've gotta try.
That was Alice Tanner with Forbidden Fruit 5.5. Yeah, I did some changes this week. As you can see, I've put some more stuff into StreamQ, and next week I'm going to have another thing into StreamQ, so you guys will see that next week as well. I experimented with it before the show. Wow, what a difference. But I didn't have time to fully deploy it before the show began because I didn't want to be running with fully untested software. So that being said, next week you will see some of it. This week, though, is the visualizer. I managed to get a visualizer into the show, and I'm hoping for next week I want to pull the Suno comments in and have them right here. That's what that space is for, so that people can actually see the comments. I can put a comment into the person's page while we are playing the song and the rest of it. It keeps it all centralized and all in one little area there. So, but I added some more elements onto my Meld setup because I'm using Meld as opposed to OBS. I found OBS was okay, but there was stuff with it that I was having some problems with, and it was seriously just jacking up the resources to run on my machine. Meld Studio allowed me to import my setups from OBS into Meld, and I find it's less resource hungry. So it's working well for me, and as a result of going to Meld, I immediately gained access to streaming to YouTube at the same time. So by doing that, Meld can do Twitch, it can do YouTube, it can do Kick, and through a couple of workarounds and the rest of it, it can also broadcast to TikTok and potentially X. I have to look at that one, but that is kind of what that's at. But yes, I went and put all of it in there. That got me on camera as well, and it's supposed to be doing a chat highlight, but apparently, or beside the camera, but apparently it's because there's nobody chatting over on YouTube. There's nothing there, so there's just a black space. We'll figure it out. But I think that actually Alice is in Europe right now. Last time I heard, Alice was driving around in a car, I think in the Czech Republic or something along those lines. So I'm not expecting that Alice will be here to catch the show. But chat is empty. I thought that was Twitch chat, but it's a YouTube chat. Yes, it is. It is a YouTube chat. So I'm bringing that in here too because it's fairly easy to get the Twitch chat in. It was less easy to get the YouTube chat in. So that will have the chat for both in one stream so you guys can see what's going on. All right, we should mark this one as played. And I said I was going to play BK Soul next. So I will do that. So that will be Gather the Cello Legion. I just about said Cello. Because, you know, C is for Celtics, right? No, C is for Celtics. So that's why I said Cello. Just about said Cello as opposed to cello. Feeling betrayed by the ordeal, the cello slowly believes that there is no other way to reconcile their differences. Other cellos gather to hear about the situation. They too feel the cello is in the right and was unfairly treated. Thus their anger begins to build. I wonder what an angry cello would sound like. I'm betting it's going to be pretty deep. One steak from Morrison's. Yes, I did say the verboten pronunciation for a point. That's why I went and said it. Cello and cello. See? Cello, or Celtics and Celtics. Both have their uses. One is the name of a sports team. The other is what the rest of the world calls it. Okay, BK Soul. Let's just pull the lyrics. No lyrics. Okay, that was BK Soul with Gather the Cello Legion. Yeah, that was really good. Like was really grooving with that one. It's sounded angry. I agree. It's like the closest one I can think of was Wednesday, season 1, where she was sitting there playing the cello, painted black. How angry she basically made the cello sound. It was very similar to that. I loved this mix though. Got the choir in there, and yeah, it sounds like this is going to be an amazing album when this is all done. And you said you had track number 8 being released later on today, so I am definitely interested in hearing that full album when it's all together and out. So let us mark this one as played. And I'm seeing a mention in the chat. We have somebody new in the chat. Total of 12 tracks, about 40-ish minutes total runtime. That sounds about right. PK Soul. Submissions open. Room in the queue to submit 3 songs here. Siren SideQuest. Oh, there we go. That's first person. First time in the chat. Excellent. And write your hero theme. How would that work? Like, would it be like Deadpool where you're running around doing your own, own hero theme, going, da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Or would you have, I guess if you were rich enough, you would be able to afford to pay for an athletic choir who would run around with you fighting crime, so that they could like stop in the back alley or whatever, all winded, just to do your theme when you're beating somebody up, right? So it'd be like, okay, and go, and then be as the guy's like beating up the bad guys or whatever. And I'd be worried about the ricochets, right? Sitting there with your heroes bouncing, bullets and stuff off them, and the ricochets going and killing choir members behind. So by the end of it, you'd have one person hiding behind a garbage can, going, dum 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 dum. That would kind of lose the point. Casualties. All right, let's hit the transporter. No, I'm not going to hit the transporter. I think I have a new feature. I think it's ready. Let me see if I put it in here. Yes, I did. I did put it in here. So ignore my absurdly long settings page. That's all going to be fixed for next week. I put in another new feature that I was working on. You guys are going to like this. So we're going to pick the next person. Who could it be? I know. That was number 12. Tech Cowgirl, The Grave Was Empty. Acoustic dark folk ritual song with Gaelic chant. Yes, that was a scratch and win card. How awesome is that? I was so happy when I thought of that. What a great way to go and do a random pick, right? Let's put up scratch and wins so that the person actually gets there, gets their song pulled in that fashion. That'd be a lot of fun. It's just on Twitch now. All right, so let's copy that, paste that in the chat, because I think you guys are going to like looking at that one, right? When we're pulling them. Nice thing about coding your own stuff is that you can actually come up with silly ideas and see how it works. Okay, here we go.
Tunas na huay Geltanas gan chom leona the sixth bell, I carried the altar to the market road. The iron, the timber, the songs we had chosen together. You had named the hour, you had named the place. Then another hall received your fire, while I stood beneath a vacant sky.
Saru Geltanes, Saru Geltanes.
No raven brought warning, no rider came bloodied through the gate. Only the slow understanding that absence can be deliberate. You called it rest, winter accepted that word and wore it for a year.
And Tuna Nos roivan doinian.
Tell me, oh sister, which part was sacred to you? The cup between us, the hand upon my shoulder, the road we said we shared, or only the sight of me walking beside you? I kept the ember from dying. I did not know I was guarding an empty shrine.
Geltanaskan Chomliona.
Tune us now. When I came to your gate and asked whether anger had sealed it, you returned dressed as a judge, carrying laws you said had always been carved there. I searched my memory for their iron. I found only old words turned backwards. Every kindness entered as evidence, every question renamed trespass. You made the wound confess to the hand that held the knife.
Saru Geltane.
I believed betrayal was the ending, that belief was kinder. Betrayal requires a companion. An oath must first exist before it can be broken. You did not leave me alone, you left me to discover I had been alone while standing beside you.
I carried a year to the burial field. I spoke both names. I lowered every remembered kindness into the earth. Then the stone was drawn aside. There was no murdered sisterhood, no fallen kingdom.
Nobody. I buried us. The grave was empty.
Tunas na hoye. Tunas na hoye. Tunas na hoye. Geltanas gan komliana.
So that was Tech Cowgirl with The Grave Was Empty. Acoustic dark folk ritual song with Gaelic chant. Special guest appearance by Chris Cornell in the background. And the actor who played Marcus Cole on Babylon 5. I'm so happy to see him. I always wonder what Jason Carter's been up to these days, and apparently he's doing guest performances. So this is cool. Welcome back, Lights to Ninjas. It's good to have you back. You do need to tell everybody, though, now that you've mentioned it, what type of donuts were actually purchased and brought. And yes, you had missed the scratch card, but you shall see it on the next pick. So if I'm going to just press play on this again for a second, and I'm going to pause it because I want to just draw attention to the outfits. Like, those are spectacular. Like, this thing probably weighs about a pound alone, would be my guess. And this whole set of garb, that's probably, 7 pounds, because it looks like it's a light armor, especially on the shoulders. And she looks like she's basically ready to kick somebody's butt. Just to mention that too. Cloak is awesome. He's probably got a sword going down this way, but it's not making a guest appearance today. And again, Jason Carter right here, and Chris Cornell right here, which is cool. That guy gets around. Let me tell you, I saw him last night on Distraction Radio as well. And, you know, for a guy that's been dead for, I guess, about a decade now, he's making the rounds. How many songs are in the queue? We have currently 14 up in the queue. As soon as I mark this one as played, I think it will still be 14. Dang, now I want donuts. That's true. Townsfolk say that mention of the forbidden donuts will summon Maika. Okay. So Morrison's here. If I had to go out, actually has donuts too, but I'm not going to mention that too loudly because I don't want anybody in the house to hear. Okay, we'll mark this one as played because we need to pull another one so that somebody else can go and hear the scratch and win cards. There are donuts down the street. Yep. So Greg's here in the UK is kind of the equivalent of Tim Hortons in Canada or Krispy Kreme in the States. Greg's, though, the UK doesn't do just simply sweet when it comes to their stuff. They do savory as well. So you can get some really interesting food out of Greg's. That's Greggs. Sausage rolls. That is their number one thing. They also do various types of bakes, like chicken bakes and steak bakes, which is my personal favorite. You can get corned beef, all these. And just imagine like an apple turnover with no apple in it and a meat in there. So it's a pastry that is wrapped around a meat filling. So that's what you can get at Greg's. And sausage rolls are their number one thing, as I said, but the steak bakes are amazing. I was one of the very first things that I got when we came into Cardiff, and we stopped for an overnight after coming in on the airplane. And I'm talking War Tigers to myself. We had stopped in at the EasyJet or the Easy Hotel, which is where we were staying, basically sleeping in a bathtub. And yeah, so we did that, and then we went to Greg's for the very first time over there, and that's at Cardiff Queen Street. There's a Greg's down there, so we had our first experience with Greg's and had coffee, and I had a steak bake, and I think War Tigers had a sausage roll, and it was very delicious. But I'm kind of dragging out going and doing the next pick because I want you guys to get ready to enjoy this. So let's pull the next one up. That was BK Soul with Split Decision. Part 4. You're fighting back, but can you really win? Hey, Alice. Yeah, I've been telling everybody that you're in Europe in a car. I like to think it's an Aston Martin and that you're out fighting crime in your guise as, Alice, as opposed to potentially, driving in something like a 9-year-old Ford product and just suffering in traffic. People are just going to have to find out on the next scratch, won't they? Part 5 of a mini-series about losing your mind to the dark voices and them fighting to take it back. Yeah, you guys just have to pay attention on the next scratch. That's all I can say. Come on. There we go.
My life is deep in the static, one face in the mirror, two minds split in panic. Pain's laughing from the back of my skull, saying find your voice, huh? I still got control. Says who? So you draw back, then swing on cue. You won't take this skin, I won't let you in. You say I am yours, I say think again. You pull, I pull back, you lie, I attack. Our minds in the cage, I emerge from the cracks. Choose a side, choose a side. Can't make me run or hide. Choose a side, choose a side. I am not the one who cried. One soul, one war, still I ride once more. Choose a side, choose a side. I am not the one who dies. I am not the one who dies. I see the old scars flicker, like a map of every winter. You learn my weak spots early. You wore my voice like a mirror, but I know the trap now. Know your teeth in the dark. Every thought you stole from me turns to fire in my heart. You won't take this skin, I won't let you in. You say I am yours, I say think again. You pull, I pull back, you lie, I attack. Our minds in the cage, I emerge from the cracks. Choose a side, choose a side. Can't make me run or hide. Choose a side, choose a side. I am not the one who cried. One soul, one war, still I ride once more. Choose a side, choose a side. I am not the one who dies. I'm good. Time slows down. Tell me who is holding, is it me right now? Or the shadows screaming, I see the room spin, I hear the void laugh. If I lose my name, then who comes back? Back up, get out my head, get out my mouth, get out my bed. You want the ground, take your best shot. I've been to the edge, but I did not drop. My mind, this pulse, this pain, this face, this flame. I'll break your reign. Say it, say my name.
You don't belong, not today.
wanted to catch that before it popped into restarting. So that was BK Soul Music with Split Decision. This kind of sounded like a new metal track to me, which is really cool. It's almost like something you'd hear in a way out of Linkin Park is kind of what I was thinking. So I liked how the sound of it was. It's very much a direct track. Like this is very much my thing. Oh, it's auto scrolling. That's what's going on. I guess we're going through here. It's like choose a side, choose the side. Don't make me run or hide, or can't make me run or hide. Choose a side, choose a side. I'm not the one who cried. One soul, one war. Still I rise once more. I'm not the one who dies. So this one, in a way, I was kind of looking at this one thinking, you know, this is kind of a commentary on living in a modern society in a way. Like, I have a song that's coming up on the next comedy album you guys will probably hear in the next couple of days called Make Everything Grape Again. That's kind of the same concept where you have to be, like, to be involved in any conversation. It seems like most people want you to literally say, are you pro this? Are you pro that? Are you anti this? Are you anti that? Because everybody likes to stick people in little boxes and say, yeah, this is what you're saying, so now I know how to deal with you, and you're a Nazi or you're a this or a that, right? Which realistically makes it easy for people to be dismissive of your opinion. I'm very much somebody that likes the idea of I'm going to sit down and have a chat with somebody, and I know that we may have disagreements and the rest of it, probably on very basic levels, but I think that what you're saying is interesting and I want to talk to you. And I've done interviews in the past. 2019 actually was when I was just looking at stuff on Facebook, where I was talking with people on the interview process, and I have some very basic disagreements with that person. But everybody is entitled to their beliefs and their opinions. And if I'm talking to you in regards to something, I want to understand why you think the way that you do. And that is kind of what I think this is a little bit on, is the negative aspect, where people are going, okay, tell me what it is that you believe so I can shoehorn you into this little box. And that's what I feel necessary, because I don't want to really engage with you. I want to find a way to dismiss you, right? That's kind of what I was getting out of there. Say my name, you don't belong. Not today, you won't win, not today. So yeah, and maybe I'm looking at something a little bit different, but I think that's kind of what this is about. Like, you won't take the skin, I won't let you in. You say I'm yours, I say think again. So goes into the dark voice because it's easier and they're tired and dragged down by daily life. Dark voice starting to take over, person realizing the consequences of what they've chosen, starting to fight back. Will be about overcoming the dark voices. Okay, cool. So this is kind of a look into, or kind of a study on mental health. I see. And this is part 4, them starting to fight back. Awesome. So there we go. Take a sausage roll for sure. Stick bakes of steaks. Okay, just mark this on his plate. And I'm going to bring in these other two. Bat Punk, awesome. Okay, let us pick the next person, he says as he's about to scratch the scratch and win card button to go and bring up the scratch and win so that people may see what the scratch and win thing is. Here we go. So that was Bat Punk, who just came in. My Beautiful Violent Thing, Dandy Punk. First song from the upcoming Dandy Punk series. That's awesome. I had to put something on it. So I put something on it. Because it's a lottery, right? Who's going to win? Yeah, I had fun programming that one in. What I will do, though, is I'm going to... I'll switch it to the lottery ball machine so that you guys can see it a little bit more clearly as to what's actually on the scratch and win card. Because I think it's in a little bit larger letters there. Anyways, Bat Punk, My Beautiful Violent Thing.
Spilled my red wine on the white silk rug. Panic picks up, watch it sink in. Where's my piece tucked behind the bookshelf? Oh, everything is ruined now, everything is tainted. I find it, I pull it. Where is my gun? Where is my gun? Sweet mother, tell me, where is my gun? My pearl handle heat, my chrome little piece, my beautiful violent thing. Where is my gun? Where is my gun? The stains don't scrub out of these memories cleaned. The kitchen cleaned, the fire cleaned, the basement empty. Cabinets look back like hungry eyes. Oh, everything is ruined now, everything is tainted. I find it, I pull it. Where is my gun? Where is my gun? Sweet mother, tell me, where is my gun? My pearl handle heat, my chrome little piece, my beautiful violent thing. Where is my gun? Where is my gun? Maybe it fell in the drain, maybe I threw it away, maybe I hid it from me. Give it back, just give it back right now. Where is my gun? Mother, you're lying through your teeth again. Checking the vents, ripping the dams, ripping the velvet from the chase lounge. Check the garden, dig it up, now everything's ruined. Now everything's tainted. I find it, I pull it. Where is my gun? Where is my gun? Sweet mother, tell me, where is my gun? My pearl handled heat, my chrome little piece, my beautiful violent thing.
That was Bat Punk with My Beautiful Violent Thing, Dandy Punk. So I love the background on this one. It's actually, I've been in shops where they've almost had the identical sorts of lamps and the rest of it. It looks really Georgian, I'd say almost Edwardian for the looks of it. And gold filigree on a revolver, that's just cool in general. So I really like the look of the video. People were kind of chuckling a little bit at the extra finger. I'm sure that's something that can be remedied with surgery, or, you know, maybe it gives that person a extra advantage, as hinted at in the chat. So sound wise, this is pretty simple. Realistically, it's a good track. The vocalist has an interesting sound. It's almost trying to think of the vocalist for this one group. Oh, what was his name now? Oh, it was in my head and gone. David Byrne. Almost has that sound to him. If you look up the guy, you'll know who I'm talking about, BYRNE. But he has that kind of a sound to him. And in a way, the lead singer from the B-52s sort of has not as much that sound, but a little bit of that aspect to him. Yeah, it was a good track. I think there's a lot going for this one. So I will mark this one as played. And then I see that Green Lounge Records has just dropped some in the chat, or in the queue. So I will approve those. Okay. Very cool. Yes, absolutely did. Speaking of which, I asked Tech Cowgirl about a question in regards to that, so she may be bugging you. So I'm going to put this on the lottery ball machine for a couple of spins as well, so you guys can see that who didn't see it last week. And then you can see what I was referring to on the scratch and win card, so it'll be obvious for the next one. Okay, so who's next? Alice Tanner with Fortress. EDM remix. A question about what? I had mentioned when I came downstairs briefly, whether or not we had somebody who may have approached Green Lounge Records in regards to getting onto the radio. That's what I was talking about at the time. And that was the question. So I'll make sure this goes in. Yes, that question. There you go. So I can't do Tony Robinson properly, but I like to say, I have a cunning plan in regards to somebody here. Okay, Fortress.
protect. You're banished from this queendom. Find another one to wreck.
Make sure my mic is down. It is. Alice Tanner with Fortress 5.5 EDM remix. You can hear the clarity on this one. As always, Alice always brings really good production value, and the EDM aspect of the remix on this is quite cool because you can hear where originally it was more the Oriental sound. And this is like an Oriental EDM, which is quite neat. Regicide is a word that should be put into more songs. I really liked that as well. This is very much it's almost Alice typically is a very good storyteller in the first place. But this is kind of, I don't know, Game of Thrones-ish in the fact that this is all about, she is in her tower and she let somebody in and trusted that person, and they were a thief in the night and stole all kinds of things from Alice. Built this fortress to protect my sanity, won't let you again, had my fill of your depravity. Emotional regicide. See right there how it all ties in. You know, literally the queen of the fortress, and somebody came in and literally murdered her emotions, right? And then proceeded to pick her pockets, stole the dignity, stole everything from her because of infidelity. It's like, yeah. Love the lyrics here. Happily put your head on a spike. That's a thing. That is a thing. Oliver Cromwell comes to mind, among with a couple of others. Fortress is mine to protect. Won't you're banished from this queendom? Find another one to wreck. Yeah. Excellent song. Regal. Yes, exactly. Schmork, this one is played. So I'm going to run the lottery ball machine again for the second time. Oh, it likes BK Soul now. The Mighty T. USS Battleship Texas. A fun swing song about the history of the USS Battleship Texas. So let me put this back on the scratch and win on the next one, and then after that we'll go back to Transporter. I leave the lottery or the dice for Tech Cowgirl on her show. But let's play this one. I really need to stop running all these additional tasks in addition to my show.
They lit the yard with a storm of sparks as iron and thunder rose on the wall. A brand new giant for the waters dark, with massive guns built to fight for all. They forged her bones in the river mist, then turned and loose where the colors fly. Battleship Texas, her name on the list, and a heart-set stare she gave to the sky. Roll that thunder, hoist the chain, let the whole world know her name. From the
the dockyards to the open sea, she was built to keep the nation free. Howdy, Texas, proud and true, charging through the ocean's blue. From first salvos to museum lights, you stood your watch through day and night. Hey now, Texas, the mighty T, through fire and service, its glory you seek. The last dreadnought, hold your banner high. Old ships may rest, but they never die. Veracruz in the morning heat, first real orders on a foreign shore. Young but ready with a steady beat, Texas learned what her guns were for. Then north she turned through the fog and foam, where the fierce winds cut through the North Sea sky. Standing watch far away from home with the Grand Fleet as the Great War rolled by. Time moved on and the old world changed. Steel met speed in a different age. New eyes scanning through the raging storm. Texas then took on a stronger form. Howdy, Texas, proud and true, charging through the ocean's blue. From first salvos to museum lights, you stood your watch through day and night. Hey now, Texas, the mighty T, through fire and service, its glory you seek. The last dreadnought, hold your banner high. Old ships may rest, but they never die. Refit and rebuilt through the changing years, she traded coal smoke for fuel oil flame. New steel and purpose pushed back old fears, but deep in her hull burned the same old name. Then the world caught fire and new orders rose. Though older now, she answered without delay. The horizon darkened as old peace closed, so Texas turned back toward war that day. Off Africa's shore, her long gun spoke. France would shake from a mighty roar. At Omaha, through the fire and smoke, Texas leaned to pound the enemy more. From Atlantic war to Pacific flame, from Iwo's fire to Okinawa's strain, a veteran now fire support her aim. Texas bore the storm, and she shared the pain. Howdy, Texas, proud and true, still shining through the ocean's blue. From war-torn seas to museum lights, you kept your story burning bright. Hey now, Texas, the mighty T, still standing strong for the world to see. The last dreadnought, hold your banner high. Old ships may rest, but they never die. Steel grows quiet, tides roll by, but names like Texas never die.
That was BK Soul Music with the Mighty T, U.S. Battleship Texas. And if I'm not mistaken, the Texas, what you're referring to here, Second World War, because I know they basically stopped doing the large ships. That was kind of the last hurrah for a lot of the really big ones, the battleships and the rest of it. They started to decommission after that, and the Texas was a dreadnought according to the lyrics here. So the big swing sound, very apt for this, for the subject in general. So I liked how that put in the entire story and told it in a way that would be very, very fitting. So now it makes me want to look up what happened to the Texas. There is I'm going to be nerding out here a little bit, but in some of the Star Trek games as well, there is a Texas class, and it is not a dreadnought. oddly enough. It is a Scout, but it is a very distinct style. It would be sort of like a smaller fighter jet in the standards and stuff that we have today, like maybe a CF or an F-18 or something along those lines, as opposed to something like an F-15 or an F-14, which is a larger jet. This would be something that's very much a smaller style interceptor, is what the Texas is in Star Trek. So, sorry, in Star Trek games, not in Star Trek. In Star Trek, they had a Texas, I think, as a Connie in Franz Joseph's stuff, but there we have it. Yesterday was the 5 million lottery, which in Galveston Bay for tourists to board and enjoy. Awesome, cool. Just noticed the little submissions closed in the stream window. I tried to make it more obvious. So what happens with that, because it does bring it up, is that the software itself will auto close when we reach a point of where we're going to go after a certain point. I tried to program it so we had a 4-hour show, but I'm flexible on it. I'm pretty sure if I click on the submissions open again, we're going to have more stuff that drops into the queue. And it probably would be a wise idea for me to do that, simply to so I can put in a demarc line, and then we can make sure that for next week we have, or actually for Monday, we have everything sorted out for the Discord stuff, because that broke big time on Ardentera's show. Line skip means I will look at them, sure. But let me pop this open for a second, and we'll see if anything else comes in. There we go. See, this is what happens is we will get an auto close, and then there will be a bunch of stuff in here waiting to come in again. So that is a nice thing, though. I actually put this into the software for a reason, because we had participated in streams where a host would be scheduled a show for, let's say, 4 hours. And approximately 11 hours after that 4 hours, they would still be going, just because of the fact that they didn't close their queue or weren't aware of how to close the queue. So when people were coming in and dropping in more and more and more and more and more, they would feel compelled to go and play all the songs, right? So as a result of that 4-hour show going 15 hours long, that to me makes no sense when it's something you can control programmatically here by going and saying, okay, we have a time that we want the show to end. Let's have the software itself go and close the queues, and then at that point, once the queues are closed, anything that's submitted is for the next week, right? It's not working terribly well in the fact that everybody then next week says, well, that was last week's stuff and I have all new stuff to put in this week. Well, okay, but it came in after the queues closed last week, so did you want this it played or not? You know, you see how this works, right? So we had a little bit of that this week, and we also had a little bit because Discord on Ardentera's setups, the form was actually disconnected from the Discord intake, so she had nothing coming in, so I had to pull all the stuff in manually and put it in that way. And then when I fixed it, so she was getting it again, it was after the show. But meantime, I think we've got stuff that was coming in from her queue, so today or tomorrow I will sort through and make sure that anything that comes into her queues goes specifically to her show, and anything that comes into my queue goes specifically to my show. And it's using the same bot for the intake on both sides, because that makes sense, because the shows are not on at the same time. I might as well make use of the same infrastructure for both. But I have to make sure that it's separately putting her stuff into her show, my stuff into my show, and then we've got it separated in that fashion. So let's pull some of these. Yeah, Edward, see, we already played. Grave is Empty, we already played. Snack Hill, we already played. Micah's Snooze Button, we have not. Little Blue Checkmark, we have not. Land Before Time, we have not. Forrest Never Knew My Name, we have not. The Promise, we have not. And Early in the Morning, we have not. Okay, good. So everything else there can come in. All right, let's go and mark this one as played. And I'm going to take this momentarily out of the rounds. I'll do the shuffle. Put it back into the rounds. And this gets Micah and Green Lounge Records, neither of whom have had a play yet. Same with Tragedy Michael. Same with Cool Beat. All right, so who are we going to pick next with the amazing Scratch and Win card? Who shall be the lucky winner? Aw, that's rigged. See, even the Scratch and Win thought that was rigged. It didn't bring my song to the top anyway. Okay. I put all mine down here at the bottom. I'll tell you what. Let me pull this one up because it did pull me legitimately. This is a work in, well, it's not a work in progress. It's a finished song. But this is going to be on the album. And you guys will hear it tomorrow on Starface's show as well, for those who will be there. So I stumbled into another album. It kind of happened. You know, you write something and then it turns into a funny, and then once the funny is going, then it turns into this thing, then you finish the song, and then at that point another one is there, and by the next thing you know, you've got an album together. And the album is contains 12% human, or contains up to 12% human, I should say. And this is the fourth song I'm going to play from it. My logins are too effing awful. And Green Lounge should probably appreciate this because this is accordion. And what's fun about this one is I wrote a song previously called Chicken Rap on the last comedy album, Milking It for All It's Worth. I thought it'd be fun to do another one in that style. So that turned into My Logins Are Too Effing Awful. And it is all about the pain of 2FA. So just so you have that set up. Done in hip hop with accordion. So here you go. Hope you're prepared. Oh, the anticipation.
I just wanted to check my email. I just wanted to check my email. Password accepted, verify again, check your phone. Open app says login. Text message 6 digits, code expired, try again. Wrong browser, wrong device, wrong account, same guy. Security is our priority. Convenience was removed in the last update. My logins are too effing awful. Need a code to get a code, need another just to load. 2-factor, 3-factor, who's keeping face, number, symbol, special character, not that symbol. Too short, too long, looks familiar, used before. Cannot reuse your last 10, please invent yourself again. Identity confirmed, permission pending. My logins are too effing awful. Face ID, touch ID, fingerprint, rejects me, recovery, verification, authentication, escalation. What's a passkey? Didn't I have a password? My browser asks my phone if my laptop can trust me. Authenticate, a recovery, backup, email, security key, SMS message, QR code, scan device, trust device, name device, approved device, update app, restart phone, try again, still denied. My logins are too effing old. I own the phone, I own the chair, I own the house, I'm standing there, I passed the test, I match my face, still got locked out of my own damn place. Oh, damn place. Your identity has been verified. Access denied. Have a nice day.
So there you go. That was fun. Some systems require you to make a new password every so many days. Yep, that's exactly right. And that's what I keep running into with work on a very regular basis. I figured I'd get ahead by going and changing one of my passwords. There was a 16-character minimum we had to do. So I figured I'd play it safe by going and changing it to a 25-character password. And that way I'd be able to keep it for a while. And I did. I kept it for well over, I think it was a year and a half. And now they've gone passwordless. You have to use a PIN to log in. It's like, okay. So that's what this is all about, is the pain of 2FA. Because I've run into that a lot, and it really drives me nuts. And you have to go and put in something with the authenticator, and then if that doesn't work, then it has to call a phone number. Oh, by the way, if you move from Canada to the United Kingdom, your phone number doesn't go with you. So when you have a phone number and it's tied to a Canadian phone number, then it's going to ring on that number, which is not you anymore, and could be some random person. So that makes it terribly, secure and all the rest of it. So yeah, no. It's 2FA is, I understand the intent of it, but these days with sim farms and the rest of it, it's like I'm just waiting for the day that they go and they put stool sample drawers onto keyboards, right? In order to log in, you have to like drop something onto your keyboard, and there you go. That would be about right. Or to quote, or to reference the song of Micah's, you have to have a probe up your butt so that they can go on two-part authentication. Yeah, there we go. So, my thoughts on it. Anyway, there you go. It's going to be a fun album. I think you guys are going to enjoy the whole thing when it comes out. I should mark that one as played. Okay, let's pick the next person. Exactly. Retinal scan of your colon. Got to have that. Go and, put your butt right up to the camera. Okay, get a close look. Here you go. Fecal sample and a retinal scan at the same time. Early in the morning by Hunted Gatherer. And why is it not? Oh, I see why not. Because it's in the rounds. That's why. Okay. Unreleased folk punk work in progress. Okay, so I'm not going to put the link in there. Now wink. Yeah. Little pin where the delete key is to take a DNA sample. Yeah, I thought it was odd when we got registered for GPs that we had these little purple bags that showed up a little while after that. I was going, what the hell are these little purple bags? They came from the doctor's office. And yeah, apparently you need to do, they want you to do a swab of your butt and send it in. So I was like, I went for, in my own head, it was like total conspiracy theory. Yeah, it's like, oh no, they're going to like try to get your DNA from your butt. It's like, shut up. They're not going to do that. Well, they could do that, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think the point is to go and try to detect, colon cancer and the rest of it. Oh no, they're going to take your butt DNA and sell it to the Chinese. No, they're not. Shut up. My peanut gallery is absolutely ridiculous sometimes. Anyways, Honey Gatherer. We're going to play a Honey Gatherer's song. And we shall fetch the lyrics. And we have lyrics. And here we go.
Grief as terrible timing. It always wakes up first. The sun came up like it always does, like nothing happened, like yesterday didn't split the world in two. The birds kept singing, the traffic kept moving. Somebody laughed outside my window and I wanted to ask them how. And the hardest part is watching everything else keep going. It's early in the morning, too early to believe the weight inside my chest will ever think of leaving. Every clock keeps moving. Mine forgot the time when your name became something I couldn't say without breaking down. Your number still inside my phone. My thumb already knew where to find it before my heart remembered. I almost sent a picture of something you'd have loved. Funny how habit outlives certainty for a little while. Love doesn't disappear, it just keeps arriving at the times when you'd thought it left. It's early in the morning, everything still hurts. Even making breakfast feels bigger than it should. Every room remembers the shape you used to leave, and silence somehow learned to speak more loudly than either of us scream. I've done this before, different names, different years, different reasons. Every time I was certain this was the sadness that would finally outlive me. Every time morning came anyway, not because I wanted it, not because I was ready. It just kept showing up. second one hurts too, but somewhere, without asking permission, your lungs remember. It's early in the morning, the world still feels untrue, but every grief I've carried has slowly changed its tune. Not into something smaller, not into something gone, just into something I could carry without putting my whole life on hold. If tomorrow feels impossible, I'll borrow hope for then, because somehow every time before I found my feet again. Grief always wakes up first, but morning has never failed to find me.
Here I thought I'd left myself unmuted the entire time, but apparently I did not. So that was Hunter Gatherer with Early in the Morning. So the first question I have for Hunter Gatherer is whether or not he's going to get tired of people telling him how awesome his music is. Because I know that he finds it difficult to believe, and I know that Psychotech finds it difficult to believe. And Alice finds it difficult to believe, and I find it difficult to believe, and Maika probably finds it, well, maybe not Maika, she probably is quite on this one, because she seems like she's very together on this. But the whole thing of people liking others' music, and others liking their music, is very strange as a concept. And the thing that Hunter Gatherer always brings with his tracks, it's very much a sense of person. Like, this is not something that is some random story that is happening to some random person. This is very much a case of somebody getting up in front of the mic and checking with the band, and then doing the count, and then singing something that had happened to them that day. And this is very much what this song is about, where it's a case of how no matter how absolutely devastated you are or ran down by basically, truck coon of grief, right? That the world is doing its thing, and they don't necessarily even know how shattered you are, and they probably don't, because they are going through their day-to-day, and for them this is not something that is a part of their world. Whereas for you, it's a case of those little things that you took for granted with this person, you can't do anymore. That's in the past now. And I've caught that a few times with myself as well, where I want to send something to Mom, but I can't, because right now she has literally no interest in that. Also, she never had a cell phone that would be able to receive stuff. So, and trying to push a picture down a landline, you might as well just simply walk it over. But this is very much the thing of what this song is about. It's those little things that you've taken for granted, and the hurts and the pains, but also the day-to-day and some of the little joys that you have now are things of the past, and you are left with this hole that is inside of you that you need to learn to deal with. And you've had this happen in the past, but every time that it happens doesn't make it any better. Now, when this happened to me for the first time, and kind of the second time, I had been fortunate in the fact that I'd called my mother 2 weeks before, and I had said everything I'd ever wanted to say to my mother and let her know that I was okay and that things were happening and life was doing its thing, and she felt that I was okay and that this was a good place. And when she went, I didn't feel like she had to worry about me, and therefore at least I was sorted and my sister was sorted, and my youngest sister wasn't sorted, and my youngest sister had a hard time for several years. But now she has a life and she has children of her own, and she's a cougar who has a young husband and all this kind of stuff, and she's, I think, expecting a child too. So, cougar cubs on the way. But Mom never got to see that for myself or my youngest sister, and this is something that you go on to have in your life, going, I wonder what they would have thought of this or that. And that's just part of life. And this is very much what this song is about to me, is the grief of knowing that things are never going to be the same, because that's always going to have that piece missing. So Hunter-Gatherer brings it every time. And I really very, very much am a fan of Hunter-Gatherer's music. We did the full album for them last week, and this week we did Psychotech for a similar reason, because there is an amazing story that it can be told with their music. And last week is very personal and is very much a thing for for Hunter-Gatherer, as to, this is kind of the story of my life, and I don't expect anybody to ever listen to it, but I need to get this music out there, and I think that this music should be something that everybody gets to hear. So Psychotech has that too. It's at a different level with Psychotech, in the fact that Psychotech's music is very much a storytelling aspect, much like Alice. But Hunter-Gatherer's music is a personal thing. It is a in-your-face. We just, a bunch of the boys and I sat down, and everybody had shots of vodka, and I couldn't handle it, and I started basically coughing and retching, and everybody laughed. That is the live kind of story that Hunter-Gatherer brings, is this is what happens to me. And that's one of the things I really appreciate with their music. So Hunter-Gatherer is so cool and has one of the best voices in the song. So committed, and Half Joy, Half Pain delivery is so interesting. Very much so. So sorry to make you embarrassed if you are Hunter-Gatherer. I know it's a little difficult when people are effusive on your music and give lots and lots of words, and you may not understand where it's coming from, but this is what you give others. So there you go. I shall mark this one as played. My song is nowhere near that. I can tell you that right now. So I'm thinking this might happen. We'll see what happens with the queue, but I'm just thinking it's just about time for a Green Lounge Records song, because they've not had a song played yet. Let's see what the Scratch and Win says. Oh, another Hunter-Gatherer. Love it. I like to start it off painful and then maybe a little dark humor and pick it up at the end to let everybody know that there's a way out and that I'm still searching for it and that you will be okay. Yeah, that's all you can do. And they say that time heals all wounds. That might be true, but there's still scar tissue, right? Can't unsee that now. Obviously missed something. Oh, it must be over on. I'll have to look later. Okay, here we go.
Station with a backpack full of children's VHS tapes and one finger missing and a smile that felt medically concerning. He told me he used to have a daughter that immediately changed the subject to Corvettes. Like maybe his brain physically couldn't survive remaining near certain memories too long. Everybody downtown knew him a little bit, like the way people know stray dogs or dangerous intersections, or which alley smells the worst in the August sun.
One night he invited me back to his apartment behind the dentist's office, where the carpet felt perpetually wet and somebody had spray painted over all the mirrors.
And I should have left immediately, but instead I stayed polite, like politeness was somehow more important than staying alive. And he kept laughing at things that absolutely did not deserve laughter, like dead pets and overdoses and children getting hit by cars in movies.
There were dozens of drawings taped to the walls, mostly crows with human teeth, and one room completely filled with face-smashed alarm clocks.
He said time was trying to corner him, which sounded insane at first.
Until you spent enough hours in that apartment, watching the eerie decay of daylight and hearing him pace
Circles around the kitchen,
talking to nobody in particular.
and every few minutes he'd stop suddenly and ask me if I thought God could
Feel physical pain.
I remember thinking, oh, this is what happens when loneliness goes untreated for decades.
And I should have left immediately, but human beings are morbid creatures. We keep touching broken things just to figure out how sharp they really are. Oh God, why? And somewhere around 3 a.m. he started crying while making white rations,
Saying, I think something followed us here. The apartment genuinely felt wrong. Not haunted exactly, but emotionally abandoned, or overrun, or both at the same time. Like sadness had soaked into the drywall permanently. Like every bad thing that ever happened there was still happening there. And the air was thick with it.
and before I left, he handed me one of the VHS tapes without explaining why. It was the land before time.
institutionalized, or finally sleeping somewhere warm. 'Cause mentally ill people don't disappear dramatically. Usually they just slowly stop being seen.
Stop being sane. Stop being sane.
Stop being seen until they're smelled.
All right, that was Hunter Gatherer with The Land Before Time. So, lyrics on this one. I started off being a little distracted, to be honest, in the chat. I was told to take a look at a picture, and that was horrific. But yeah, they were. I don't know if I've ever had a conversation with somebody who's along these lines, where he's talking about his daughter and then he was talking about corvids. But I think I've met this kind of person before. Edmonton is very good for that, where you get to meet a lot of interesting people. And it's like if you are there in the summertime, Jasper Avenue, White Avenue, there's a couple of others that are very much along these lines where you go there and they have this kind of hunt and release policy, I guess you could call it, with people that are, at one point they were institutionalized, and then the government said, yeah, you know what, I'm sure they'll be fine, and just kind of released them on the street. And Greyhound bus station was a place like that as well, where you'd go there and you would see somebody that would be having an argument with the person at the till in A&W, bringing in a coffee cup that looks like it has been a month old, and they were, claiming that they had just bought it this morning and they wanted a free coffee, free fill, right? And you know that it was a case of they couldn't afford to have, actually purchase any coffee. But then they would go off onto something else. I think one of the all-time moments I think I saw was somebody literally, I think they were having an argument with someone. I'm not sure who that person was. And then they just started peeing in the LRT station. It's interesting from the point of view of the sudden subject changes in the way that, like, it seemed to make sense for them, but external, it doesn't, right? And you're trying to follow along and trying to see where this is all coming from, or trying to understand it, and you kind of, from a rational point of view, I don't think there really is a way to really understand some of this. Spray painted over all the mirrors, yeah. Stay polite. Like dead pets and overdoses, yeah. So But the lyrics in this, like, it's interesting with the way that you have a song that's kind of screamo, but the lyrics are things like, he stopped suddenly and asked me if I thought God could feel physical pain. It's like, that's such a cool question, right? I should have left immediately, but human beings are morbid creatures. We keep touching broken things just to figure out how sharp they really are. Started crying while making White Russians. Handed me one of the VHS tapes without explaining why it was the Land Before Time, just a case with no tape inside. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm wondering is when you go through all this, and that's what they're wondering too, what happened to the guy? So, yeah, no, it's cool lyrics. Very much enjoyed it. And we shall mark this one as played. Let's ring the next one up. Who shall it be? War Tigress. Monkey Madness and Bonanza Frenzy. Gotta run away from them monkeys. They've gone bonkers and insane. Yeah, sorry about butthole DNA samples. It happened. I think I still have the purple bag here somewhere. It was bizarre. Like, I've never been a place to be or before where you show up and you see a doctor and stuff so they can build a base file on you, and then the next thing you know, you get a purple bag and pushed through your door. It's like, what? So it's bizarre. Monkey Madness.
The morning sun was shining bright. The monkey smiled with pure delight. Then from the heavens came a glow. The juicy banana god said, "Go!" Golden bananas fill the skies. Every monkey widened eyes. One loud scream, then 20 more. Bananas forever, we demand more. Locks flew free. The zoo became insanity. Monkey madness, banana frenzy. Nobody knows who's sane anymore. Running in circles, climbing the ceiling. Everything suddenly feels so appealing. Monkey madness, banana frenzy. Welcome to the jungle zoo. Once you enter, there's no leaving. The monkeys are coming for you. One monkey stole the zookeeper's hat. Another rode a giant yak. 3 were surfing on banana peels. One invented monkey wheels. Someone yelled, "Hey, that monkey stole my wallet!" Another cried, "Why's my backpack full of bananas?" A tiny monkey wearing shades opened up a lemonade stand. Business booming, nobody questioned it. Who's in charge? Not you! Who's making rules? Banana store! Who's paying taxes? Not anymore! The elephants joined dancing lines. The flamingos forgot straight to lies. Penguins started breakdancing, llamas somehow started prancing. Someone slipped, someone flipped, someone yelled, dang, those monkeys made everything slimy. Banana juice, green puddles, peels stacked higher than little mountains. Even the statue started looking nervous. The banana god slowly descends, covered in glowing golden peels. Every monkey kneels. Silence. Then one tiny monkey quietly asks, "Can I have another?" The banana god nods. Absolute chaos resumes. Monkey madness, banana frenzy, swinging from the rooftops high. Monkey madness, banana frenzy, bananas falling from the sky. While it's missing, shoes are flying, nobody even asks you why. Monkey madness, banana frenzy, welcome to banana paradise. No more rules, just monkey business. 24 hours every day, forever. A monkey steals the announcement microphone. Attention visitors. The zoo is now officially owned by monkeys. Admission is 1 banana. Failure to provide bananas results in aggressive cuddles. Banana, 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 banana. Peel, 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 peel. Banana, 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 banana. Peel, 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 peel. A single banana peel slowly falls to the ground. Somewhere in the distance. Hey, who parked the giraffe in my banana stand? Monkey madness, banana-da-da-da. Monkey madness, banana-da-da-da. Monkey madness, banana-da-da-da. Monkey madness, banana-da-da-da. Monkey madness, monkey madness, monkey madness. Monkey madness, monkey madness, monkey madness.
So that was the War Tigress with Monkey Madness and Banana Frenzy. I was listening to the song going XKCD. They did a thing. Actually, so did Kurtzgott did a thing on what would happen if it rained bananas on a city. And it's actually pretty terrifying what would happen with that level of bananas. If you had rainfall turn into bananas, as an example, you would literally kill everybody in the city because of the fact that, first of all, you'd have these large these bananas falling from the heavens, and lots of them. But as the bananas built up, it would start to crush things, and eventually those bananas would start to decay as well because of the heat and the rest of it, which would produce biomass and methane. So with sparks and crushing weight and all kinds of fires that would be happening as a result of the methane, you would have a pretty quickly dead population in somewhere like, let's say, New York, where they'd be devastated with, banana rain. So I guess the key to the whole situation would be, don't seed your rain clouds with banana seed, I guess, right? So that you don't wind up having bananas raining down on a city. I guess. Anyways, it was a very cool idea, Chris Scott doing that, where they were like replacing rains with bananas. And I think XKCD did a how much would the additional mass be for a city the size of New York if it was covered with bananas. They also did one where they were trying to figure out how they could power a device using bananas and the radioactivity off of that. So, lots of fun things on the internet in regards to bananas. Yeah, don't worry, I won't. But fortunately for you, I think XKCD ran those numbers. And it basically came down to the amount of bananas necessary to power a house would be a ridiculous number of bananas. Like, the way they put it is there'd be far better options, and I think they went and said that people would be a better source of energy for powering a house than bananas. So, there you go, banana discussion. At least New York would have the free food. For a while, yeah. The trick would be you'd have to bring in an iceberg. And when the iceberg comes in, you get all the bananas over there and you turn it into, or you dig a suitably large hole in the iceberg to freeze the bananas into rather large or larger mass. You could then make the biggest amount of banana bread you would ever see in the entire planet, and banana cream pies and all that kind of stuff, and help your population that way. It wouldn't pool as they suggest. There would be, yeah, where the edges would mix with O2, but the center column of methane would be a constant updraft. It would, and you also have, again, electrical connections and fires and all that kind of stuff. So you would have like fire tornadoes from bananas happening. Not to mention the whole bubbling mass of putrid banana, right? It would not be one of those things you'd want to bring the tourists in to see. Well, no, actually, I think I would. I'd want to see that. I think that would make a movie that would be like perfect Roger Corman type style movie where everyone's dead and killed by bananas. I think that would be perfect. Enough oxygen to be able to ignite. Are the subways open though? Like, would that create like an air intake that where it wouldn't be covered in bananas? Because like I don't know how the systems work in New York, but if they're anything like any of the subways I've seen, they're basically long tunnels that go to the outside. And you'd almost think that would act kind of like a rocket stove and pulling air in, just because of the lower pressure that would happen as a result, right? Yeah. So that would be cool, though. Mind you, again, though, if your subways are basically plugged off with like, mountains of bananas, then you're not going to get any air coming in from that anyway, so. Yeah, that's true. Okay, sorry. Mark this one as played. Let's pull the next one. See, this is manifesting. We've been talking. Micah just came up with a little blue check mark. Love the people who are anti-AI/data center, yet pay to complain about it to X, an AI-driven data center platform. Exactly. Oh my God. All the Elon and all the and all this and all of that, and going onto his platform to complain about him. Okay, doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense actually going on Facebook to do the same either. Did your other songs get in? Okay, which songs, TJ? We have everything that has come in has gone into the queue. So we got No Pup Cup, The Great Escape. That's the two that are still in. We've played one of yours already as well. Are those the ones you were checking on? Yep. Okay, they're there. Yeah, as soon as somebody drops something in here, as long as the queue is open, it literally pops in here when Discord is working properly within about a second. So I've tested that time, and that is actually something that is accurate. So, but Tally needs to be connected to Discord for that working. So. Here we go.
Well, bless your revolutionary heart. You're fighting evil with a credit card. You say the rockets never left the ground. Every launch is staged, every feat is sound. Satellites are fiction, space is just a show. But you pay for extra reach to tell us what you know. You curse the man who owns the whole saloon, then ran a bigger table just to holler at the moon. Call his empire wicked, call his platform dark, while your money keeps shining in that little check mark. You're taking down the system, one subscription at a time, financing your enemy to push your latest lie. Little blue check mark showing by your name, pay the man you're cursing just to play his game. You can call him evil, call his rockets fake, then swipe your card for one more post to make. Hate the AI, hate the satellites in the dark, but your money keeps showing in that little blue check mark. Oh, your money keeps showing in that little blue check mark. You say the servers drink the rivers dry, then post an AI picture asking people why. Every crooked letter, every melted MasterCard made inside the data center, you're protesting twice as hard. You call the whole machine a digital disease, and by the longer uploads and the premium amenities, you're standing at the gates with a pitchfork and a spark. But first you paid admission for that little check mark. You're exposing every secret they don't want the world to see, for $8 plus applicable tax and enhanced visibility. Little blue check mark showing by your name, pay the man you're cursing just to play his game. You can call him evil, call his rockets fake, then swipe your card for one more post to make. Hate the bots and bandwidth, hate the servers in the dark, but your money keeps showing in that little blue check mark. Oh, your money keeps showing in that little blue check mark. Now, nobody says you've gotta love the man. You can hate every rocket, every server, every plan, but a boycott gets peculiar when the perks are why you're here, and you finance your Vel in 12 convenient times a year. You're storming the castle, you're sounding alarms, phones has a password. Your uprising has a fee. Your war against the system comes with priority. Little blue check mark showing by your name. Pay the man you're cursing just to amplify the blame. Say the moon is painted, say the satellites are fake, but don't forget your payment when the monthly charges wake. Hate the AI, hate the rockets, hate the servers after dark, till your money keeps showing in that little blue check mark. Yeah, your revolution's sponsored by that little blue check mark. Keep exposing the enemy, darling. Your subscription renews next month.
So that was my caray with little blue check mark. And yeah, I haven't been on Twitter X for a while. I am planning on popping back in there one of these days, and because it'll have been several years since I've been and said, "Hey, is it anybody? Or everybody? Is anything new?" I think it'd be entertaining. But I don't know. I kind of look at it from the point of view of everybody has to. And I think I mentioned this earlier. Everybody seems to make money when people are polarized and in little boxes, right? Nobody actually seems to make any money off of everybody getting along. So going and paying $8 a month to get this verified mark beside your name just so you can go on about how evil it is. Yeah, this is the perfect irony. It's like, yeah, you hate the system, you hate the guy, but you got a blue check mark. I always thought if a person was going to do something like that, the better option to do is to buy an electric car, specifically a Tesla. But when you go out and you buy a Tesla, before a certain age or year of car, a year of the Teslas, I think it was like 2014 or 2016, at some point they switched over from having free supercharging to where you paid for it. But if you get one of those older models that have free supercharging, and this is true in the UK as well because I've looked at this, Model S's and some of the I think it was some of the Model X's, come with free supercharging. So Tesla pays for those cars. And if you still have warranty problems or warranty coverage on the batteries and the rest of it, they pay for that. So it made more sense to me, literally, was going out, buying one of these cars, and then going and doing all of your stuff in regards to X or Grok or whatever from inside one of these cars, because Tesla's paying for the mileage and the fuel to put these cars on the road. That to me seems like it makes a little bit more sense than to buying a blue check mark. Or, maybe pay for one of the competitors. I think these days going and using Google is as bad as using any of the competition, Meta and all this kind of stuff, right? I've been doing a lot of stuff where I've been testing out Grok as an example for coding. And for coding, Grok sucks. It is really bad for coding. Image generation, it is great at, but they tried to put that behind a paywall. So ChatGPT is good at image generation now. It's actually really good at it. And its chat features are pretty good. Perplexity basically licenses time off of everybody else. It's like an MVNO. And Meta I will not touch. I stay as far away from Meta as I possibly can. Though I do use Olama from time to time. So that's about as close as I get to it. I think, honestly, the smarter option these days is to stay away from the main search engines and have AI do the searches. Pick your evil there, but ultimately at the end of the day, you're not getting as many ads and the rest of it in your searches. And going to a mainstream search engine just literally makes no sense these days. Have all the ads hit the AI and it can deal with them, and you get some of the results. Dgoog is also very good if you guys have never heard of that. That is an application you can install in Docker, and it gives you a Google search results that are indexed without any of the ads. I actually have that installed here on my home server. Nobody else except for me uses it in the house because everyone's used to their own thing, right? But I think that's a better way to stick it to the man, is if you're going to do something like that, kind of roll your own and come up with your own solutions. Because one thing to complain about it, it's another thing to actively do something about it. And that's why we're using the software that we are today, and why I don't have a blue check mark, I guess. Image 2.0 is amazing. Yes, it is. Oh, you got a 2025 in your driveway? You should trade it in for 2014. Have Elon pay for it. No, I like the software capabilities of the cars for Tesla. I think it does some amazing things. I think it's overhyped, to be honest. I think full self-driving, until it actually does that, which it won't probably do until they have the robo-taxi capability in there, means that you're paying thousands in an overhyped product. But the cars themselves seem to be pretty reliable. Once they get away fully from lithium-ion batteries, which they mostly have in the newer cars, then I think that is honestly one of the ways to do things. And I'm at the point where I've been considering getting one as well, and I've kind of scoped all of it out. Though I have a specific year of a car I'm looking at. And I think realistically, I'm probably going to start off, when we get our first car over here in the UK, it's probably going to be something like a Prius, an older one, because it's going to be cheaper for us to do that. It's a hybrid, and until 2028, they're not going to tax it or double tax it as hard as they will with some other cars. So a Prius gets amazing gas mileage and will let us get around to the initial things. But what I'm looking at is a specific model of Ioniq 5. The initial premier version of it, called the Project 45. I was looking at that. It has every option that they were ever going to put into these cars is in this one specifically, and there's only 175 of them in the UK. So I think that's what I'm going to look at. And with that, and a thing called OpenPilot, the 3X, you get a lot of the advanced capabilities you would get in a Tesla without it being a Tesla. So still have to pay for the charging and the rest of it, but long term, I think it's only going to be a matter of time until they shut off this free supercharging on those older cars. They'll just say it doesn't make any economic sense for them to do that. And Elon will get at the point where he'll just be like, yeah, we'll just shut it down because I can pay for the lawsuits that are happening as a result of me breaking that promise, right? Go solar, paying for it, then it's been a supervised FSD is fine. Spent $60 for a tire rotation. And yeah, that's the whole point. Like an electric car, there is nowhere near the complexity because the electric motor is going to be pretty well a sealed unit. And it's just the only components you really have to worry about are the wear products like your tires, and anything to do with that. Like you'll get ball joints and that kind of a thing that'll happen as a result, right? But the motors themselves are basically a direct drive sort of setup. So there's very little to go wrong with that. There's no transmission problems as such. And you may spend some more on brakes than you might otherwise, because you never really use brakes on an electric car, so you might have to replace all the pads every once in a while just because they're all rusty. Because the electric motor is what's used to slow down the car. Regeneration, right? Puts energy back into the batteries. Battery formulation can potentially cause problems on the older ones, but that's going to be addressed, I think, as time goes on. And if a person is smart, like in my case, I'm going to have to look out for the ICCU issues that happens with those cars, because they used a design that they had supply problems initially, and I think they never really walked away from that with those ICCUs. So I have to get that one dealt with. But once that's all done, yeah, saves on the brake wear. Once that's all done, I think that car is going to be super. And it has a solar roof, which is kind of interesting, and the fact that it'll help trickle charge the battery. Not a lot of volume or surface area on those cars for the roof, but it's enough apparently that it will keep the battery charged if the car is in daylight. And the 12 volts on those Ioniq 5s are problematic because they use low-end OEM batteries, which will be replaced with an AGM. Yeah, I've got an entire plan for this, which you don't really need to hear about right now. Mark this one as played. Who's next? Alice Tanner. No one feels like you. After this, I am going to pull manually. I'm going to pull in a min thing, and I'm going to manually pull a Green Lounge Records. Yeah, Green Day. That would be. Looks a little different there, guy. Oh, I never actually hit enter on the chat. You refuse to use electric vehicles. Okay. Curious as to why, but have to take them off grid on renewables. Yeah, no, absolutely. That was one of the plans I have too. Like if we ever get our own property, the carport's going to be nothing but solar roofs, and then there'll be batteries there on the edge of the carport, and that is what the car will charge from. Still working project, so feel free to give feedback. Okay. If I hit the submissions are open, we'll see if there's any new ones that have come in. Just reacting to the chat here before we go to Alice's song. Nothing appears to be coming in. Because you can fix old vehicles yourself. Up to a certain age, yes. Tragedy Michael, the songs that I have for you is Perfect World, Diane Man's Blues, and The Whisper of the Grove. That's 3, so I think that you're probably, that should cover the ones that you had, right? Cool. So yes, it's there. All right, I'm going to bring up Alice's track now, which appears to have disappeared, which is fine because I just grabbed the link. Oh, there it is. Got it.
I still sleep on only half the bed. The other side stays cold. Like somehow leaving room for you stop me growing old. The neighbors changed their garden gate, the seasons learn to turn, but every room still waits for you, like it forgot you'd gone. They tell me someone new will find me someday, but they don't know. No one wears your heart the way you wore it for me. No one says my name like it's the only word they need. I've searched in crowded streets, in strangers' smiling eyes, but every love just reminds me of why you were the last to feel like home. I tried dancing with somebody else, the music played just fine, but every melody I touched kept falling out of time. They kissed me with familiar lips and promised they could stay, but every I love you fell somewhere short of the way you said my name. Maybe loving once this completely leaves no room for almost. No one wears your heart the way you wore it for me. No one knows the parts you hid where only I could see. Every hand I hold feels like letting go, because no one ever feels like you. If I could borrow one more afternoon, I'd waste it. I'd watch you reading on the sofa. I'd laugh at the joke you've already told me twice. I'd memorize the way you looked before forever changed its mind. No one wears your heart, no one carries mine the way we did when your soul still danced beside mine. If heaven lets us choose again, don't let me walk past you. Find me before the world can pull us apart. 'Cause every road, every song, every lonely night still ends with you. No one ever could be you.
That was Alice Tanner with No One Feels Like You. So, feedback. This one's going to be tough. The reason why this one is going to be tough is I don't know what I could add, honestly, to this one. Now, this this is all about loss. I mean, realistically, I know this song is about loss. And it's about finding that person and having them removed from you, right? And that's literally what it is. It's like going and having it's going to sound a little gross in a way, but it'd be like going and having an accident and losing a toenail, you know, something that there's this pain, and for the rest of your life that will always be something missing. And it's not like toenail is probably not the best analogy, but it's the reason I chose it is because you have parts of the body that very much are centered on the sense of touch, right? Hands and feet being the big ones, you know, your face and nose being other areas that are very centered on that, like disproportionately so. Like if you touch the surface of your arm and you pinch there, it's very much a different thing from pinching your fingers. So, and your feet. And if you were to lose a major part from that area, it's the excruciating pain, and it's always going to have that reminder that this is gone from you. Now, with this situation, Alice is putting out that they were in something that was so much a part of them and so perfect. Was well, nothing compares to you, right? That's what comes to mind initially. Where anything else is a void, or it's a pale imitation of what was there. So it's almost even futile in some ways to try, because when everyone else is saying, oh, well, you'll just move on and this will be the thing and the rest of it, and you are trying to do that, and the person you're talking to says something and it's so irritating because they're trying to connect with you and trying to understand you and the rest of it, and they're doing something that would be just inherently effortless for the other person because you're that connected. So when that person is gone, it's more than just, yeah, you know, like suck it up, buttercup, you'll move on. This is something like losing a major piece that you'll never get back. And you'll go on, sure, because, you know, that is the nature of it. But for the rest of your life, it'd be like walking on crutches. You may be with somebody again, or you may feel something with somebody again, but it will never be as rich or as deep or dark, I guess you could say, as with this other person. That person's experience in your life is always going to be vivid and robust, and anything else is like, you know, instant coffee, right? And not even particularly good. It's just so much a thing of they, and no offense to them, but they will never measure up to that. And that's entirely what I got with this, is just Alice is going through trying to live when there is part of her that will always be stuck in the past. And yeah, even if Alice is in her 70s, the other side of the bed will be kept kind of for that person, right? And she may have a husband here. He's going to be sleeping in another room because yeah, they're there for, he's there because he wants a companion and the rest of it, but he's competing with a ghost. And yeah, I mean, the orchestral pieces in this one were fantastic. The choir was excellent, how it built. There was one section I was thinking was choir heavy, but like I was initially thinking, well, maybe she should be speaking softer in this section, but then she was speaking softer in the section right after that. So I was going, okay, I can see that because of this. So, yeah. See, I can feel where Alice's, where pain is here because of the fact that when you're looking for feedback, everybody says, "Oh, it's the best thing I've ever heard. It's so beautiful. I haven't heard anything better since like the last song you did." Well, how do you grow, right? And Alice Tanner music is very, very good at going and expressing emotion through song. So, but there's always something about, well, can I better capture this, the emotion? Can I bring this out more and get this truer with what I'm feeling? And I think this song is very much in that vein of there's a deep hurt here that, oddly enough, is one of those things that actually reminds me of my dad. My father never got past the age of 15 because somebody he was with died in a car accident. And for the rest of his life, he literally rejected everything else in his life that didn't exist with her at the time that he was 15. He wasn't ever somebody that should have had children, and he did. Mostly because of, acting like a 15-year-old idiot and, drinking and hooking up with people, and those people had children, and, that's what happened, right? So he was basically forced into that situation where he should have been just left. And I don't know. There was no salvaging him, right? In her situation, she's a wounded, deeply wounded person. And she is trying to live unable to fly. I totally get this one. So survivor's guilt, yeah, very much so. In his case, yeah, he thought that was it. He should have died there, and a large part of him did. Like I said, when you reach a point as a kid and you grow up and you realize that you're actually more mature than your parent, that's world shattering. And then finding out the reason why is something else again, right? Like I had that discussion with my mother, and this is what she told me. So in her case, living with that ghost was very much a thing of her day-to-day life. And ultimately, she did her best to keep her family together, because, she loved her kids. And though he didn't deserve it, she loved her husband. And in this case, Alice's story here, she is very much somebody who did that. The only difference being that he wasn't out there being a drunk idiot. He was somebody that was no longer there, and she was always going to feel that, that loss. So I hope something I've said in here helps. His 18th birthday. I don't think he ever recovered from that. Yeah. Yeah. My mother, 14 years of age, I think, when she had her first kid. It's, in that time of the world, they went to other places and had their children, and they were given up for adoption. And this is very much what I never knew when I was growing up until later on when I found out I had a sister. I think it was about maybe 15 or 16, somewhere in that range, who I'd never met. So, yeah, humans aren't perfect by any means. And the ones who are better able to keep it together, I think sometimes are just simply able to, I don't know, hug the faults, I guess you could say, and kind of keep them close to you while you're trying to, run with the ball or whatever you want to call it. It's something that you'll deal with at some time, and maybe with some people they never deal with it. But I don't know anybody that isn't damaged in some way. But this is a major one with Alice's story here. So, yeah. Went away, had the dad, and grandparents took him in as their son. Yeah. In my case, my mother went to a place in Vancouver. She had the kid. The kid was immediately put up for adoption, and that happened twice because my dad was an irresponsible ass, and that was because he didn't, like I said, he never got past 15. So they were going to do that with, or she was going to have to do that with my older sister who I grew up with. And I think there was a shotgun wedding happened, probably literally, knowing my grandfather. He wasn't going to have that happen to his daughter again. So I think everybody has the ability to write a survivor's guilt story, Micah, because everybody has survived something. It's just a case of, I don't know. It's difficult to really go in depth, right? Because it's one thing to go and say, yeah, you know what? I had this muffin, and that muffin was the best thing ever, and I wanted to have this muffin, and it was taken away from me, and I've lost the muffin, and therefore, as a result of that, I'm writing this song. That, again, that's one thing, right? But where you've grown up with a sense of loss and like anger, right? Sometimes, like, I'm willing to bet this is something that Alice's character has or will have to deal with at some point, is, how could you have done this? Or how could the world have done this to me and my love with this person, taking this person away? Because this was meant to be, and now this is, I'm damaged, and I shouldn't be here, But I don't think the world plays favorites. I think it does things at random sometimes, more random than that weighted wheel, right? Yeah. But I know for a fact that you can write from the heart, because of there were some songs that you wrote a little while ago with your experiences that have happened recently. So, and I'm talking pre-Tractor, pre-Sexy Tractor days. Your incident that happened, that if your husband hadn't been there, that you would have been in a really, really bad situation that he was able to help you get out of, because somebody cared enough about you to make sure that he knew about it, and he was able to intervene and get you out of there. Yeah, found out in his late 30s. Some people never do. That's the other thing, right? Or they find out through doing DNA tests. So I should mark that one as played. I hope I gave you something there, Alice. I don't think that there was anything really major you needed to tweak on that song. There's a couple bits, like I said, that I think. It's one thing I thought one section was orchestration, but I think for the most part that was covered, and I think it was pretty. It could have gone one way or another on that one. But lyrics is always right. You're exceedingly good at storytelling in your lyrics. So I hope I'm able to give you something. I try. I do my best. Basically, I'm speaking from how I feel on these songs. So let me bring those in. And who should we pick? Tamlin. Why did it flip back around? Tamlin. Robert Burns, Scottish folk ballad, acoustic version by Arden Tara. You know what? I think she might forgive me if I do a Green Lounge Records, because I've been wanting to hear a Green Lounge Records song for a while, and I know he's been sitting here patiently. So I'm going to pick one, and then I'll come back and I will do Robbie Burns next. Which one would be interesting? I've seen one. I also see Evil Unicorn. I'm going to pull this one. Mambo, Dance Like No One's Watching, because that title is fantastic. I'm going to pull that. Yes, I agree. I want to do Green Lounge first. And it did not capture that full title. But let's play this one first and get this one in. This was a mess of a video. Now it's less of a mess. So I want to mention something right off the bat with this one. First of all, I'm a great fan of Green Lounge Records because Green Lounge Records always does extremely interesting things. This video is a good example. Now he's saying it's a mess of a video. Now it's less of a mess. So there's so many things in here I was looking at that I really enjoyed, and I'm just going to mention some of it. Look at this environment. This is straight out of the 1920s. Cardiff has a market that we've been in recently. I think it opened up in like 1870s. And this is very much the framework that you can see there. Like the lights here, you can tell at one point these posts would have been gaslight, and this was all converted to electricity. The outfits themselves, you're looking at 40s, roughly 50s. The shoes on these guys, absolutely amazing. And I'm just going to pause. I'll pull stuff back here. So elements like this, oops, like this entire compass point with the hats laid out perfectly on there. Like the symmetry that is in this video is just staggering. And again, you've got this beautiful environment here that these guys are doing their dance routines in. And the overhead lighting that comes straight down to spotlight the performers, it's fantastic. And the only thing of color in here that is not stark really are the greens from the foliage, right? And that's subdued. So visually, for me, this is entirely a feast, right? Because you go from here where it's the warm whites and golds and browns, you know, to that next scene where it's the stark and the greens. Like visually, there's so much in this to look at. And their outfits, again, you know, 30, well, let's say 20s to the 40s, somewhere in that range. This, if these were stairs that were going up, this would have been the Arboretum in one of the buildings I worked at in Edmonton. So I'm really appreciating all the level of detail that is in these videos. Color from the foliage here again. And by doing this whole setup, the dancers themselves here are really part of the environment. Like they frame the gentleman that's on up here at the top. He's centered in the picture, and it really shows the like the only thing that are any colors really again is the framing here that kind of highlight where the guys are. So this is one of the things I really wanted to point out, you know, besides the dance routines themselves as well, which are great. One of the things I appreciate with his videos are this level of, again, you got the compass points here. You have the personalities, which kind of reminds me in a way kind of the Shakespearean sort of the choir or the chorus, right? It's people that are not essential to what's actually happening. In this environment, they're all blurred. They're moving through, and the only things that really matter in this shot here, there's 4 men here, 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 and here, and they're framed by the structure themselves. Everyone else is blurred. What matters here are the guys, the hat, and the compass point, which is the entire center in which they all revolve around, orbiting here like with these people, right? This is what I really appreciate with Green Lounge Records. Whether he does it intentionally or, subconsciously, I don't know. But I do know that what you have as a result are just these visual delights that happen. The shoes. Yeah. And then again, it's the chorus, where they are not essential, really. They're not the focus. So as a result, they're blurred. They move through. They may add, but they don't add substantially to what is here, which is the dancers, that compass point, and the environment. So I just want to mention all that. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to go back through these elements in the video. So if you guys have never looked at a Green Lounge Records video before, this is something to look for. There's a lot of meaning and things in here. So, okay, we should mark that one as played. So, hopefully that was, it was intentional. Cool. Some is intentional, some not so much. I do the whole script beforehand rather than scene by scene. Cuba. Yep, that makes sense. They stop and start. See, they start and stop, and it seems stilted. But each one is kind of a snapshot in a way, right? You have, if you think of it as kind of being like slides in a projector, it would be like looking at it, viewing a slide, having it still. The action starts like a film, and then the action stops at the end of that slide, and then it moves on to the next slide. And you have the focus, the action, the focus, and on to the next slide. That's kind of how I'm looking at this video too. I didn't find that it stilted at all. I thought it was actually honestly intentional that you were doing in that sort of a setup where it's like, this is a moment in time. This is an experience that's happening inside this moment of time. Here's the framing and action. There's not a whole lot of movement. I didn't really think about that. Yeah. Well, again, I could be completely off with all this. I'm just telling you what I'm feeling with all this. But I love your situational awareness, I guess you could say, in your videos, because what was important here was the dance, the environment that surrounds it, and the dancers themselves are the focus. Everything else, other than the environment, is framing. And that's what I liked about it. So, anyways, so I don't get myself shot, I was going to go and play Tamlin next, Robbie Burns' Scottish folk ballad. But I wanted to get one of yours in because it's been a while since you've been waiting, and I figured that I needed to see a Green Lounge Records video. So I'm going to copy the link. No, you're welcome, man. I hope I added something, or at least, something I said wasn't absolute BS. Sometimes I think that's what I'm doing is I'm telling stuff as I feel it, and I don't know whether it adds anything of value to anybody. I'm hoping that maybe them seeing it from what I'm saying might show some additional stuff that they may not have seen, but I could be seeing things that are entirely up my ass. I don't know. So, getting back to the previous discussion of little purple bags. So, here you go.
Forbid you, maidens, that wear gold on your hair,
Carter Hall, for young Tamlin is there. There's none that gaze by Carter Hall, but they leave him awad, either their rings or green mantles, or else their maidenhead. Janet has kilted her green kirtle, a little aboon her knee, and she's broided up her yellow hair, a little aboon her bray, and she's awa to Carter Hall as fast as she can hie. She came to Carter Hall, Tamlin was at the well, and there she found his steed standing, but away was himself. She hadna put a double rose, a rose, but only tway, till up then started young Tamlin, says, Lady, thou's Pune May. Why poos thou the rose, Janet, and breaks thou the wand? Or why comes thou to Carter Hall without in my command? Carter Hall, it is my aim, my daddy gave it me. I'll come and gang by Carter Hall and ask nae leave at thee. Janet has kilted her green kirtle, a little aboon her knee, and she has snooded her yellow hair, a little aboon her bray, and she is to her father's ha as fast as she can hie. 20 ladies fair were playing at the bar, and out then came the fair Janet, that's the flower among them all. 24 ladies fair were playing at the chess, and out then came the fair Janet, as green as any glass.
So that was Tech Cowgirl with Tamlin, Robert Burns' Scottish folk ballad, acoustic version by Arden Tara. First of all, that dress was absolutely amazing. I think that dress was spectacular. And I've only seen her in a dress once. So this is like, wow, okay, that's cool. But yeah, she showed me some of these pictures the other day, and it's like, which one do you like? And it's like, I like this one. Because yes, this dress is amazing, but also, again, this is something that Tech Cowgirl does really well too. This is a visualizer, but you see how well everything is framed here? You have this hard kind of border here on the side, which acts as a focus to kind of draw your eyes this way. And you have the soft light and stuff here, but you have this hard surface as well. And both of them help really nicely frame the woman in the center. And the dress itself is visually very interesting. So all of it basically kind of focuses your eyes into this area with, again, this really nice, I don't even know what they call this, hip belt? That isn't the right term, I know that, but that's kind of what it sort of does. And then you've got the front of the bodice here. Yeah, gorgeous image. So, some poses and dresses, throw him a bone. I think she knows that that would probably break me if that happened, because it would be a thing of never seeing that sort of a thing. So it would just be an odd thing to look at. Actually be kind of along the lines of the pink Darth Vaders and the tutus, that kind of a thing. It would just be one of those really strange things. And be like, that's different. Yeah. So visually, yeah, it's a very stunning image. And Robbie Burns, right? Check your DMs for the next song, art, and pick one. Oh, okay. Is this case one of these cases where if we showed that image on the stream, it would potentially get the channel banned? I hope not. Even bought me a horse. It better be an ice horse. The last experience I had with a horse didn't go so well. Just mentioning that. Because it was, oh no, he's a good horse. He's a nice horse. You can ride the horse. We'll get the horse and then we can take turns riding him. That isn't how that worked. Because what happened instead was that horse was a complete and utter buttwad to me and loved her. So basically tried to do his best to accidentally, in quotation marks, find a way to cause me damage. Because this is how this horse was. He liked her, did not care for guys. All right, hang on. I will take a look here because I think I'm supposed to be showing some other stuff too, right? There are some skip images. Yeah. Let me show this one. Because this is about right. Now calling 23. Pay to skip the line. Pay to skip the line. Why wait like a peasant? Skip the queue. Pay here. Why wait when you can accelerate? VIP less waiting, more regret. Yeah, this is entirely how I feel about it too. Pay to cut the line. That's why I don't have any skips. I don't pay any, or don't have any means in my program to pay to cut the line. Then number 18, you're up. Fast pass, pay to skip. Don't worry, I'll make this quick and painless. Been here for an hour already. And that's the problem with the paid skips. Literally, when it's a case of you have so many people doing it, you might as well not have it. Because it's like, I've been waiting for 2 hours now. I paid to skip the line. When do I actually get paid? Get the payoff, right? So, yeah, paid skips. They're bad in general, I think, because of literally it's golden rules, right? If you have the gold, then basically you can make the rules. Oh, what do we do there? I'm showing way too much leg there, just to mention that. I'm guessing this is Scottish, going by everything. Oh, I like this one. Okay, warning everybody, I'm about to use a dated reference that she may or may not get. But this one I like for a very specific reason. Lady Hawk. And those who will know it will know it. The whole thing of they are doomed to be apart because she is only human at night and he is only human in day. And by night or by daytime, I think she's a hawk. And that's one of the reasons why they call it Lady Hawk. I like this one for that reason. Again, he's showing a lot of leg. Mind you, she's showing cleavage too, so the horse shows none of that. My face is mostly in the same position in most of these. This one is not. Same as this one. I keep coming back to this one, and again, it's for the whole framing and Lady Hawk aspect. She's of the light, and she's framed by this figure here, and then it's lit from here, and he's from nighttime, and he's darker than she is. I like that symmetry. I think that's quite good. So that's my vote. And just so everybody knows, I did not choose the shot with the most cleavage. See? If I was doing a shot with more cleavage, it'd be like this. Or this one. This one would get me in more trouble because this one looks less like her. So it'd be a case of who's that strange woman he's riding with. And this one, notice, eyes very carefully are up here. Do not focus down here. Eyes are very carefully up here. Good man. And he still looks like Chris Cornell. Anyways, that's enough of my silliness. Let's close that and go back to our host panel. Yeah, $800 a year. That is completely and utterly ridiculous. That's, yeah, no. I'll never do that for exactly that reason. There's no point, honestly, in it other than it is there to just generate money for the hosts. And I'm not doing this for the money. I'm doing this because I actually like to listen. Well, I'm going to sound like Todd here, but I actually like to listen to the music, and I like to feel like, you know, I'm contributing something, I hope, that hopefully others will appreciate. That's literally why I'm doing this. But I'm not above pulling a snark like this one. So I'm not perfect. For those who didn't catch it, I will tell you that on the scratch and wins and the lottery machines, I have the Senzu will rip this off lottery. Because he did that to Todd. And some people really have a problem with Todd. And Todd is, I like to think of him as being on the spectrum. Todd is quite an ass, and he has short patience and the rest of it. I believe that Todd means well, but I think that because of Todd's wiring, Todd fires off in all kinds of weird ways, and he's difficult to deal with as a result. But I think he came up with something original with the dungeon, and then I think it was tried to be implemented in another platform, And I think it was done very poorly. It caused all kinds of backlash and problems, and it was not done very well. And it caused a lot of grief. And the whole point of it was to try to go and make sure that those who weren't there, i.e. those who didn't pay, were skipped and put in a place where they would have to pay to get out. And I disagree with that vehemently. There's no way I believe that that's a good system. The way that Todd had done it, it was a thing of, yeah, you're not here, I'm going to put you in here for the rest of the show, and then at the end of the show I'll take you out. That was not the system that was initiated elsewhere, where it was, I'm going to put you in there, and you have to, if you haven't contacted me, then you're going to be out of rotation for a couple of shows. That's wrong. You should never do that. Because everything that is in here, every one of these songs that are in this list are contributed by somebody who wants to share with others. And they're doing this for free. Everybody wants to have others experience the work that they're doing. And sometimes it's a goofy song. And sometimes it's a thing of, you know, I've written something that's deeply personal to myself. And I want you to listen. And, you know, tell me what you think of it. Let me know that I've been heard, that there has been involvement on your part, as opposed to, that was really nice. Okay, coming up next. You know, that's what I do. I try to get involvement with this and try to show you guys, this is what I think. I'm not sitting here running this through because I want to get, you know, clicks. I could monetize back in May for Twitch. I keep forgetting to. It hasn't been a priority. So, yeah. Likes to ninjas. Let's do your track. Consequence of a world where time runs backwards. I know this. I saw this on Red Dwarf. I know Alice Tanner probably has seen this on Red Dwarf. All I can say is there is an iconic image with that show called Backwards on Red Dwarf, where Cat has to run into the bushes, and he stands up with this horrified expression on his face, walking funny. Because they were uneating food, which necessarily means that that has to be replenished from somewhere. So the idea of walking backwards into the trees and all of a sudden there's poop flying up your butt. So hopefully that's not what The Undoing is about. It was a very comedic episode, though. Loved it a lot. And what is it with me and poop today?
The ash you leave beneath the wood, the embers cool from red to gray. The forest stands where cities stood, unbuilding all of yesterday. The tears flow backward to the eye. The broken vase grows whole and round. Birds fly backward through a sky where silence swallows up the sound. There was a fire, I know there was. Was a fire, I know there was. But the smoke unspools to the sky. Was a door I should have opened. Now it's closed from the other side. Would I go back? Would I go? Would I go back if I could be young again? Would I go back? Would I go? Would I go back? Lose the adversity of them. last to walk the earth. The fallen soldier leaves the plain. We trade our dying for our birth, and unexperience our pain. For somewhere back along the line, desperate hand pulled down a thread. A foolish, terrible design to bring the lost back from the dead. Is purity worth the price we pay?
To trade the truth for unscarred skin,
To watch the daylight fade away.
into the bright where we begin.
Would I go back?
Would I go?
Would I go back?
Would I go back?
And lose the adversity of men? My hands grow small, my stride grows fast. My knees no longer ache or bleed. Yet as I travel to the past, I lose the words I used to read. The grief that carved my soul away.
It's gone but leaves a hollow space.
I forget the love I lost today.
I forget my wisdom saving grace.
Would I go back?
Would I go?
Would I go back?
Would I go back?
Lose the adversity and grace. Would I go back?
Would I go?
Would I go back?
Would I go back?
Lose the adversity of them. A child now in a shrinking field, under a sun that rises west, with every broken promise healed, and nothing left inside my chest.
So that was Likes to Ninjas with The Undoing. This is much better than the whole situation with Cat in one way, and in another way, it's pretty horrifying too. Because I was listening as we were going along here, going, imagine that you basically wake up from the dead in whatever fashion, you know, that happened. So there's good probability that you would be in pain. That would get lesser as you go along, but you know, maybe it'd just be a case of you wake up because you died in your sleep. You know, okay, that's fine. So you go through your day doing things like you know, you take off your PJs. That's great, that's normal. And you go and you know, make your bed backwards, because yeah, makes sense, right? And then you go into the bathroom and you get yourself dirtied up for the day, and you unbrush your hair and unbrush your teeth. Potentially, you know, you have again the whole scene with Cat, where you basically fill yourself up with body waste. And then you go backwards from your bedroom to proceed to go and do your day. And as you go through, eventually you meet the person that you will have loved in life as well. And you will go on with from this instant where you have met and that person had been lost to you. You will gain that person back, but as you go along, you will be undoing your experiences, which they did very well with Doctor Who and River's Song, because their entire life is backwards, not really backwards to each other, but they experience things together at entirely different times. So where it is her past, it's more or less his past, it's more or less her future. So she goes through getting or meeting him at a progressively younger age until eventually she meets him and he doesn't know her. He has no clue who she is, and she has all this lifetime experiences with him that she can't tell him about. And it would be, as she said, the character herself says, that would be the day that she would die, because she would literally have this person that she loves and be unable to share anything without spoiling things for him, right? So it would be the whole thing, except for both people going the same way, progressively unlearning their experiences with each other until eventually they meet for the first time and they're gone. And then you get progressively younger and younger with almost a reverse form of dementia, because as you get younger, you lose your experiences and the things that make you, until eventually you just get to the point where you can't form memories that are meaningful and last with you for any length of time, like 2 years old, and then you're gone, right? So it wouldn't be a case of where it would be a great way to go. You would start off unable to really, in the last stages of your life, you, I guess, progressively get more and more towards a state of normal and better, but you'd be losing what makes you as you go along the entire period of time. And if you had any knowledge of what had happened previously, you would be fully aware of it the entire time, where you would be, let's say, able to watch yourself get younger and lose your experiences, and to meet somebody at the height of your relationship and lose that too. That would kind of be hell in a lot of ways. So so would you be young again? It would depend, right? If you went back and you had your current experiences and you could be 18 again, would you be? My 18th was not really great. I don't think I really started to have any meaningful things I'd want to go back and experience again until I was in Vancouver, and that was like 23. If I had to go back for any period of time, it might be there. But I was hungry the entire time, because I just basically had crushed my car and moved out to Vancouver and did that on Greyhound, and then, met up with a friend out there and roomied and got a job at McDonald's and tried to make it work. You couldn't do that these days even. There's no way. You couldn't afford to live in Langley, let alone in East Van where we did. So so it was one of those things at the time. There were some fun experiences back then and some things that I liked, but I think a happier time for me was probably when I was in my 30s. So would I go back to those? Maybe. I think I'd sooner just go back, and experience some of the snapshots, right? Like go back to when we first got Lexi, our dog, Going to see her come out for the first time. That was awesome. Oh, speaking of dogs, I hear one snuffling outside my office door, so give me a moment. You guys may get a co-host in a minute. One sec. Hello, mister. Can you come up? Hello. You gonna come over? Come on up. There we go. Hello. Oh, you're gonna be camera shy, are you? Well, you smarty. You smarty. Mr. Foof has come up to visit. I guess he's telling me that he wants supper. You wanting supper? Is that it? Yeah. There you go. Hi. I remember one of the first times that we got you too. Like maybe not the first day, but I remember going out and spending a ridiculous amount of money to get you. Yeah. I think it's almost paid off. So, our couch tiger is visiting. Gonna hang out? Okay. I'm gonna go back to this, okay? More pets? Okay. Why don't you get the bug? There's a moth in here. No, you're just gonna dog breath at me. Here. Tell you what, I get the moth. I show you. Look. No. No. He just thought I was doing something else, and he's gone. Okay. Anyways, that was a dog. Still 6 at heart. Yeah. I think there's also the nostalgia aspect, right? Are things necessarily the way that you remembered them? Well, your perception of them might have been at the time, but maybe it was something else entirely different. So, give me a second here, and I'm going to do myself a favor and grab a drink. There we go. I have a small little fridge up here in my office. And I've pre-set up some coffee drinks that have the coffee in them. I just need to put the actual rest of the ingredients in, which a thing of this size at our Morrison's is about 3 pounds, which is Canadian wise roughly $5.50 Canadian, and in the US my guess would be about $3.45. But if you buy the instant coffee, you can buy a big thing of it, which again I can show you guys because I have one up here in my office. You can buy a big thing of it like this for about $6.45, and then you can buy a jug of milk, pretty cheap. So as opposed to paying £3.45, or sorry, $3.45, or about £3 for one of these things, I can make exactly the same thing, and it costs me, I'd say about 55 pence to do this. I just have to buy one of these initially, and then I've got the container because it's an aluminum. So, but anyways, let me grab that drink that I was going to do. Good. That's 2.5 teaspoons of instant coffee with a little bit of stevia in that, and the rest of it's milk. And it makes a coffee drink that actually tastes better than what you buy commercially. Yes, I'm a nerd. Okay, who are we going to pull next? Scratch and Win says, Hunter-Gatherer, the forest never knew my name. This is an awesome song. Oh, I still haven't fixed that yet. I know. It is blasphemy. But Canadians and Americans drink brewed coffee. They call that filtered coffee over here. Sorry. Yes, filtered or brewed, filter brew. And if you go into a place here and you ask for that, they'll usually look at you strangely. Everybody here drinks instant. But where instant is good is you can go and prepare it. Again, 2.5 teaspoons of instant coffee. This is a dark roast. And then you put in the sweetener and the rest of it. And I can store it in my fridge for a week, like that. And then at that point, I just add the milk to it. And it actually makes something that tastes better than the commercial stuff, which, again, at £3 here for one of these, as opposed to 55 pence for one of these, that's six times the amount of money. So that's how I look at it. It depends on, like the instant coffee, it really depends on who makes it. That's one of the things I've discovered. Okay, good. Sprinkled cheese and several pickles on the kibble. That'll get them to eat it. That's what he was coming up here to tell me, was that he wanted his supper. So I've tried black coffee. I've never been able to drink it properly. Like it's too hard on my gut. So I've always put milk and sugar into it. I've cut way down from what I was used to do for sugar, because I was a kid, right? I would be like, I'm going to have 5 sugars in this thing, because that's what kids do, right? These days, I will put a half teaspoon of stevia into my coffee, and that's what I put in there for sweetness. But that's how fast one of these little coffee drinks goes. Not spending £3 for one of these. Yes, and I have cold brew set up downstairs as well. So the cold brew is something else I'll use in these as well. At the moment, I haven't got any cold brew made, so that's fairly easy to prepare beforehand, because I can just make it myself a normal coffee, and I can take one of these things down with me, rinse it out, and then I can prep it and then bring it up here and put it in the fridge. Home roasting we tried, and we're pretty good at it, but we were using a popcorn popper. We just we got pretty good at that. All right, I want to make sure I put that into the chat. I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Let's not make Hunted Gatherer wait any longer. And we will pull this, and then we will play this. So anybody here that's here for the first time, I hope you're enjoying this show. I keep thinking you'll be sitting there thinking, man, this guy talks too much.
I thought the woods might know something I didn't, so I followed a game trail farther than cell signal could reach.
The first mile still belonged to people. Old blueprints, a rusted fence, orange survey ribbon fading into bar.
Morning finds the valley without me.
This is another one in the theme today. This is Hunter-Gatherer with The Forest Never Knew My Name. Loss and continuation in some ways, right? It kind of seems to be the theme today. At least I think that is the theme. It seems to be consistent across a bunch of holes. Seems to be consistent across most of the songs we've been doing. There has been some element of loss or continuation or going on, I guess. So, and when I was listening to this, I was thinking moss grows on the north side of the trees. But this person is in a situation where they thought that they would be able to cope and got away from them, and as a result of that, they got in over their head and they didn't survive. And that's kind of the thing that you got to think about too, right? If the world basically woke up without you tomorrow, how many people would know that you weren't there? And when you're looking at, I keep going back to genealogy for this example, but when you look at the generations of people that have been there before you, you know, that had been born and grew up and had a life and married and had children, and those moved from place to place and had experiences and eventually passed. It's the whole, you know, three deaths sort of aspect. You know, death of the individual, death of the last time that, or being the last time that somebody spoke of them, and then the kind of the death of their name. And that's one of the things that this kind of strikes me about as well, is this person went out and didn't mean for things to happen, and nature didn't really care one way or another. Nature did what nature did and does and will continue to do until it doesn't anymore. And we're pretty ephemeral when it comes right down to it. You know, we are things of the moment. And that forest may have trees that fall in the forest, but there'll be other trees that'll grow there. Just like, you know, there'll be generations after this one. And hopefully they won't make the same ridiculous, idiotic mistakes that we make, but they probably will, because that seems to be the nature of people. They'll just find new ways to do it because, you know, technology changes, and therefore the experiences are going to change as a result. You know, there's going to be a point where the excuse of, oh, gee, I ran out of gas. Whatever shall we do? You know, smooch, smooch. That will give way to, oh, my car has run out of charge. Whatever shall we do? Smooch, smooch. You know, experiences are going to continue as they will, right? But sometimes you get these weird things that happen just along the way, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. This one, that person didn't survive, but it was not the fault of anything other than just that was a situation. Like, how many people die of drowning every year, and how many people get into car accidents, or just walk down the street and stuff happens, you know? So I don't know, loss, I think, is one of those things that you try to survive and you try to get on the other side of, but it's going to leave scar tissue as a result, because that is, unless you're made a certain way mentally, people interacting with people has an effect on those people. So for the ones that it doesn't, you don't want to have the interactions with them, right? But we shall mark this one as played. I love that. Excellent lyrics as always. So I'm going to close the submissions because now we're at 10:16 for a queue ending, which is an hour and about 15 minutes. And who's ready to be coming up next? Bark Magnitude just put in one. Evil Unicorn hasn't had one play. It's been a while since Inara played. Very long time since Kinski played. But you know, there's this one sitting up top here that's been waiting for a while. I'm going to play this one. Mostly because it's a reward for being patient. So this is Cool Beat, My Lovely Thunder, Superstorm, 5.5 version. This song is remastered. Is a remastered version, more clean and power metal compared to the old rock ver. We hope you guys enjoy. Smiley face. Super big, super smiley face. See, I can read the chat. I can take hints. Play Cool Beat Limb next. There we go. I just had to play with it for a second. That's all. There, that's over to YouTube too. We shall do that next. Tragedy, Michael. Because I think that's fair. I will do the scratch though. After this, we'll still play one for you because Perfect World is sitting right here. And then you got another one right here too. But also it's just fun to go and hit the scratch. So, but let's play Cool Beat. I posted that in the chat. And here we go.
It's coming. The storm is coming. Thunder, purple lightning struck across the sky. Clouds that tangle, like when love and rage collide and fly. Roars of beauty, thousand bolts electrify the rise. Air is burning, like a lover masked in sweet disguise. Can't you see it, the tear in your voice? Am I not your perfect choice? This electrical storm is magnified. Can't stop my feelings, they amplify. A connection of force generating our eyes. Nature's chaos gonna roll us by. Love feels primal, my lovely thunder. Crimson waves flooded my paradise. Electric bites, pain that makes you feel alive. Lovely thunder, sense and meaning won't apply. For this passion, we must learn to bleed and fly. Can't you see it, the tear in your voice? Am I not your perfect choice? This electrical storm is magnified. Can't stop my feelings, they amplify. A connection of force generating our eyes. Nature's chaos gonna roll us by. Love feels primal, my lovely thunder.
Am I not your perfect choice? This electrical storm is magnified. Can't stop my feelings, they amplify. A connection of force generating our eyes. Nature's chaos gonna roll us by. Love feels primal, my lovely thunder. This electrical storm will magnify. Can't stop my feelings, they amplify. A connection of force will generate in our eyes. Nature's chaos gonna roll us by. Love feels primal, my lovely thunder.
That was cool. Let's do the smart thing here. For some reason, it only goes in this one. That was Cool Beat Lynn. Lim with My Lovely Thunder. There you go. So this one kind of reminded me of an anime. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I'm thinking based on the picture that possibly it was. But I was getting a little bit of like Neon Genesis Evangelion combined with like just 80s rock anthem. So that's what I got. Was literally, as we're going through here, I could just see, mechs roller skating through the city, as it were, and going out to battle these things that are dropping from the skies and making big mouth roars and the rest of it. So then the mech shooting up into the sky and posing in front of the sun, and then all of a sudden this lightning coming in, channeling through the open arms and zapping the monster. That's totally what I was getting out of this. And again, sometimes I think my imagination is just overly reactive to things. But this entirely struck me as like an anime because of a thing of, I am here to save the world, and I shall find my perfect love, and I shall, fight the evil, and zap zap, and that's what these lyrics really remind me of, are those kinds of anime lyrics, which is very cool, by the way, if that's what you're going for. But this really struck me as Japanese lyrics that have been translated to English. And then at that point, they came from an anime from the 80s. Because when I was in Vancouver, and this is a long time ago, I got to see a friend who I wanted to be more than a friend, but she wasn't. She was just a friend. And her brother was a translator who did anime. And I couldn't even tell you the animes at this point that he did. But this is one of the things that he would do, is he'd get these scripts in kanji, and he would then translate them into English for subtitles. And this would be an example of the kind of stuff, right, that you'd see in those, where it would originally come over in kanji and it would translate with stuff like, this electrical storm is magnified, can't stop my feelings, they amplify. I'm going to put in a couple of different things here. It's like, our perfect love will survive, let us take to the sky and battle with perfect thunder, that kind of thing, right? That's exactly what you would get in that style of translation. So I'm looking at this going, wow, this is so cool for that aspect. And the 80s rock sound combined with the anime type lyrics, that's just awesome. So I hope that is kind of what you're going for on this one. Thor Love and Thunder movie. And yeah, that's what I got. I love the sound of it. I loved, for me, as I said, it immediately harkened back to the 80. Well, it wasn't the 80s; it was the 90s. In Vancouver, with this guy going and having these scripts in kanji and those translations that would come out of that. I mean, that's entirely what that struck me as, which I thought was fantastic. Neon Genesis Evangelion, beautiful show, and that's what I got out of the entire vibe with this whole thing. So, that was well done. Should mark that when it's played. There is a huge difference. He was actually, I think they were from Hong Kong, but I think the way that it worked was they were born in Japan, and their parents, when they were young, when the kids were young, took the kids and moved to Hong Kong, and they were there before it transitioned back from Britain, and they left Hong Kong, I think, in about 94, 95, and they had only been there for a couple of years. They're basically getting it out ahead of the Chinese government coming in place. So, but that was his background. He had he spoke Mandarin, and he also spoke Japanese because his parents were Japanese. So, okay, I was going to pick a Tragedy Michael song. We got two of them. I'm going to go with Diamond Blues, just because Perfect World looks like too perfect at the moment, and we just had a song that was perfect. So I'm going to do Diamond Blues. Oh, wait a minute. Why did I just post that again? Copy, 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 copy. Oh, it's acting up. All right. Got to do it this other way then. Back over top of this. Okay. When this does this, I have to do it literally this way, which means we don't get the pretty vocalizations. Or not vocalizations, yeah. Visualizations. So I'm hoping next week I will have these comments in here so that I can go and actually respond to the comments through the interface. That's my goal here anyway. But let's grab the link. First of all, let's grab Diamond Blues. I'm going to build this by okay, and then grab this one, grab the share. There we go. And then I can grab that and hit enter. So now that's in the chat, and then I can go over to YouTube and I can put this in the chat because I heard from somebody that this is a good way to go and build a list as to what's actually been played. Come on, come in. Come in. Come in the office. Hey. Coming in? Somebody walking by? Yeah. I'm being told that space was being intruded upon. All right, here we go.
scratching at my door. Said, time's up, boy, you worked your last job. I said, sit down, mister, let's talk this through. I ain't clocked out yet, and I ain't through with you. I got the blues, I got the blues, I got the blues, I got the diamond blues. Oh, spirits, dying's hard. You know and I know I ain't ready to go sell my soul for one more show. I got the blues, I got the blues, I got the diamond blues. Death says, son, your name's been called. Your heart's gave out, your lungs are stalled. I said, take my left hand, take my right, just leave me breathing till the morning light. I got the blues, I got the blues, I got the blues, I got the diamond blues. Oh spirits, dying's hard. He said, what you got? Trade for time. Your pocket's empty, your soul ain't prime. I said, take these fingers cracked and sore. They played the guitar for 40 years or more. Death just laughed and shook his head, said, boy, that's a price you already pay. Your back is broke, your eyes are dim. Sorry, son, it's the end. Oh, spirits, dying's hard. You know and I know I ain't ready to go sell my soul for one more show. I got the blues, I got the blues, I got the diamond blues.
And I was not muted the entire time. Okie doke. So that was Tragedy Michael with Diamond Blues. I know you've probably heard this before from Todd specifically, because I remember he mentioning this to you, but that voice is fire. And yes, that voice is fire. But what I appreciated the most in this song was the fit between the singer and that guitar, because that was like, that guitar was stellar. Like, that was a beautiful sound out of that guitar. You could hear it as being, I don't even know what they're called, but it's like a cross between an acoustic and a steel, and it has this big steel plate that's on the front of it. And they had one of these on a Dire Straits album, I believe. I think I remember that. but it gives you this unique kind of buzz noise to it, and that's entirely what I was hearing on this one. Was this guy playing this steel-faced guitar and just singing this along, right? So again, another song that has to do with, you know, passing and death and continuation, right? But this one was, he's trying to make a deal with death. It's funny because not very long ago we watched Bill and Ted, you know, going and actually trying to make a bargain with death, and death did the whole the whole thing with, you know, okay, well, play a game, and if you beat me, then you get back. And so they wound up going ridiculous with that one, where it's like, you sunk my battleship, and, you know, playing Twister, and like, you know, get your smelly feet out of my face, death, you know, this kind of stuff, right? So this song, though, he's trying to make an offer or make a deal with death where he's got really nothing left to go and bargain with. So for the record, I fully expect that if that whole situation happens to me, I'm going to be the orneriest SOB on the planet, because it's like, you know what, I'm not going anywhere until you explain why the hell this all works this way. I've got time. You're the one on the schedule. You know, that'll be me. And when I get into my head, I can be pretty obstinate on things. It's like, yeah, you know what, you figure all this stuff out. I'm going to go take a look, and I want to see where the New Horizons space probe is now. Okay? And then I want to go stand on the surface of Venus. I'm going to go do that now. Okay? You figure out everything else with the paperwork on your side. Dude, I'm traveling while you figure all this crap out. Because you figure out your schedule, and then figure out who's going to come talk to me and tell me all those questions I have. Yeah, that's what I'd be offering. Anyways, we had that one, and we shall mark that one as played. Okay. So we haven't had, again, Kinski and our Evil Unicorn. I'm going to do Evil Unicorn, because apparently there's cat worship that is involved here. She needs to satisfy her deity. So I'm going to play this song, and then we'll do a scratch after that. So this is the Devil's Peak. Say hi to the kitty.
Engines roaring in the dead of night, on the summit where the daredevils fight. Years of training, sweat and tears, to conquer the mountain and face our fears. Devil's Peak, they call your name, a deadly challenge, a dangerous game. So many fallen, so many lost. What's the price of glory? What's the final cost? Drifting through the hairpin turns, living life as the fire burns. Up and down the Devil's Peak, victory or death, the future's now. Live or die by the road tonight, underneath the pale moonlight. Fade to the gods as I start to slide, praying I'll make it to the other side. Asphalt ribbons steep and mean, the deadliest race you
against this mountain we keep dreaming. Drifting through the hairpin turns, living life as the fire burns. Up and down the devil's peak, victory or death, the future's now. Live or die by the road tonight, underneath the pale moonlight. Fade to the gods as I start to slide, praying I'll make it to the other side. Memories of those who came before, their spirits haunt these treacherous cliffs. But I'm not stopping, can't turn back on this one-way mountain track. Drifting through the hairpin turns, living life as the fire burns. Up and down the devil's peak, victory or death, the future's now. Live or die by the road tonight, underneath the pale moonlight. Fade to the gods as I start to slide, praying I'll make it to the other side. I will
Helps if I hit the right window. I'm all tabbing on this side to get into the right spot. So that was Evil Unicorn, Nymph, The Devil's Peak, Nymphy. Yes, this is definitely different than your usual genre, that's for sure. This is very much, again, like the almost the anime style, high energy, kind of 80s sound. So this one is about apparently car racing. And I was wondering, Devil's Peak. Trying to remember if Devil's Peak, I think, is California. If I might be wrong entirely there, but I think that's one of the ones that was out. There's the Devil's Tower, which is where they based Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But I think this is Devil's Peak, which I think is the California one. And I think there was some association with James Dean and Jimmy Dean in that whole setup. But renowned for racing, and there is a car race up there, I think. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So this is entirely about going up there and going through as fast as you possibly can, because life isn't worth living unless you can live dangerously, right? And fate to the gods as I start to slide, praying I'll make it to the other side. Asphalt river, steep and mean, the deadliest race you've ever seen. So to me, this suggests that this is something like a rat race or a road race that's happening, illegal racing going up Devil's Peak. And part of it is for, somebody loses their car, maybe somebody loses their life. And memory of those who came before, their spirits haunt those treacherous cliffs. These treacherous cliffs, but I'm not stopping, can't turn back on this one-way mountain track. Yeah, because mountain racing can be fatal, and others have tried and died. So yeah, this is definitely I'm going to live life to the fullest right up until I die type song. So And for what it is, which is basically I'm getting in my car and I'm racing. It's cool. Lyrics are great. So I shall mark this one as played. Nara, you are there. I got you in. Again, when the submissions are closed, because the queue will auto-close after a certain period of time, when we get closer, this will auto-close. And that's what happens. It'll sit in the submitting, wait for the next show, because that's the way we initially set it all up. Today I've been bringing every song in, which is one of the reasons why we still have so many in the queue. That and I need to talk faster. So we have 13 songs. Let's pull the next one. Micah. See, and it flips, keeps flipping to rounds. The Promise. Written as a promise for Josh. He gonna hate it. He gonna hate it. Okay, cool. That is posted. Go into YouTube and I shall also post that. There we go. Okay. I know this is going to be terribly clever. Just saying that in advance.
Josh, I made you a promise. This one's for the JJ Shoei, a little gift designed for Josh. I told the horns to stay behind. They looked at me and said, why not? I asked the brass to keep it tame. The trumpets swore they understood. Then someone mentioned you hate horns, and suddenly they all got good. The alto slid in quietly. The tenor said he'd keep it low. The bar, he kicked the whole door down, and now we've lost control. Sorry about the horns, Josh. They simply would not stay behind. The saxes formed a battle line. The trombones lost their tiny minds. Sorry about the horns, Josh. The shamisen said let 'em through. You hate a horn-forward big band, so naturally this one's for you. I try to make a peaceful break, just a bright bass and shamisen. A trumpet cleared its throat backstage, and all its friends came rushing in. The trombone started sliding down, the saxes started climbing high. The drummer yelled, one final hit. That phrase was clearly just a lie. See, Josh?
No horns.
No.
Don't you dare!
So I could listen to those all day. The best thing about this is I know exactly what you're referring to. For those that don't know, J&J Show has two hosts. One is Jay, the other is Jay. And of the Jays, one is Josh. And Josh hates horns. He absolutely detests horns. Anything with a horn in it, he will tell you he hates horns. He hates trumpets. He hates brass. Saxophone, tuba. Anything that is like horn-like, he hates. So I'm very happy to hear this song. I also know that the other Jay, believe if I remember correctly, because it's been a while since I've been over there, he hates sad boy songs. So something that is dark gothy with horns would kill both of them. But this is happy. This is poppy. Swing big band. Yeah, I love this one. And in this case, you know, she started off with good intentions. She tried to do a song. And the song was not supposed to have horns, but, you know, horns lurk. They will pop out of where you least expect them to. You know, you could be walking down the street and, you know, you stop for a bus and you go and start to, you know, hum a tune. And the next thing you know, there's an entire brass section behind you going and backfilling every part of the melody, right? So you cannot necessarily always escape from horns. And this song, you know, apologetically revels and splashes around in sheer happy glee in them. So I'm very happy to have played this song. And I'm very happy to know what it is of which you are speaking. And I enjoyed this very much. And I hope everybody else did too. And those that didn't know about the JJ Show, now you have ammunition to go in with to say, hey, we hear that, you know, Josh hates horns. And I'm pretty sure, from what I remember, that sad boy songs that are all goth and emo are also not welcome there. So, there you are. We shall mark this one as played. Okay. So, I think I was going to pull no, I'm going to pull an Nara. I'm going to do an Nara because it's been a while since we've done an Nara. Long time since we've had a song from Nara. And flutes. Yeah, I bet they would have been fun to have done the to get everything in there for horns. Two more days for the next set of x-rays. Cool. I don't know if you still have your cast on or not. I like to think that you're still clomping around. Just because I think that would be interesting. And I certainly hope that you made absolutely the best use of your time in a cast as possible. And that you made the man get you lots of things.
Comes down on the weather road, cool when the moves where the black grass grows. Dust lies deep where the old ones strode, and nobody knows where the dark track goes. Embers breathe underneath the stone, smoke burns low through the thorn and pine. Every path that was walked alone leaves some part of its name behind.
Quinion and Talon.
Follow the black trail, follow it down past where the roots drink deep in the ground. Follow the black trail under moon pale water. Remember, you will never grow frail.
Ravens turn where the moon hangs thin. Black wings cutting a silver scar. Something old keeps calling within. Something older than names ever are.
Fire forgets when the flame burns low. Ash blows loose where the wild winds roam. Earth remembers the blood below and every road that once led home.
Earth below, fire above, road before me,
Night behind.
lean and reindulge. It's time.
Fire passes, cold winds blow. Still the black trail runs below.
Follow the black trail,
Follow it down past where the roots drink deep in the ground. Follow the black trail under moon pale. What earth remembers will never grow frail.
quiet.
Listen,
Something beneath us,
still remembers.
Haste and Talon. Through winter frost and the summer rain, through broken fields and forgotten graves, old paths rise when the light grows faint, like blackened veins beneath the clay. Speak their names to the ember glow. Do not swallow them in your breath. What the living refuse to know still walks the road beyond their death. Kuniana Heniaka.
Follow the black trail, follow it down past where the roots drink deep in the ground. Follow the black trail under moon pale. What earth remembers will never grow frail. Lean and re-enter.
That remembers
Earth remains.
wind still carries the
Forgotten names.
fire will vanish,
Ash will fall.
but the black trail
Outlives us all.
Daar wird geglaubt.
There we go. That was Anara with Black Trail. Yeah, I'm with the chat on this one. It's like those prompts must have been really interesting to do, especially for her to stay as consistent in voice as she was, because the R's had a very specific roll to a rolling R sound to them, which to me almost came across as being almost like a purr, which is kind of cool. And she reminds me of the singer from the 80s. I think it was One Night in Sussex or something like that. German singer, very specific name. And I'll remember her name after the stream. Or if I don't concentrate on it, maybe I'll get it. But she almost sang like this voice where it was like, I was born as a, like this, right? And that's how she sang. But occasionally she'd bring in these melodies and stuff in there, which was really cool. Because I can hear the song in my head as to what the song was, but her name is escaping me entirely at the moment. And I know she's German, and she had a career for about 20 some odd years. And that was entirely her sound of that sort of a style of music. And visual, an amazing artist from what I understand. Visually was interesting too. So this song, though, getting back to it, I think is part of your guys' campaign. And it's, if I remember correctly, the game you guys are currently playing is, and I could be out of date here, is Sea of Thieves. And this is related around your guys' campaign. So it's telling the entire story that happens. And you have, I think, a sea campaign, and you have a space-based campaign as well, if I'm correct. So, and that's where War Tigress is, and Anara is as well. Engineered purr from the persona voice. Excellent. So I'm suspecting that in the persona, whenever she does the R's like that, you've got that set up in the probably a modified original persona voice where you've actually repeated the R's to get that sound. So that's cool. I really like that. Which means that when you have the repeated consonants and the rest, it will add in addition to that that layered rolling R. So that's a really cool tip. Yeah, other than that, this very much seems to be part of that campaign, and basically sings about it. So I like the sound, and I really think that it relates well to the story. Unfortunately, I don't know that much about the story. I know little bits and pieces that from time to time War Tigress will tell me, but not that much. So, but we shall mark this one as played. Okie dokie. What's next? It's a Likes the Ninjas song. Purple in My Dreams. Haha, I have a song about this. On the latest comedy album, Make Everything Grape Again. So it's nice to see another Purple song. New album concept still working lore. Moving through old Celtic Norse to tribal mythic lore. Yeah. Yeah, we have evil unicorn nymph. We have a dog who is a 5:45 alarm clock. When the neighbor comes out and gets into their car, Monday to Friday, 5:45, you get the high volume. I'm going to freak out because I heard a noise outside my window, and I think I'm guarding something from something, but I'm not sure because I'm a fluffy house pet. So he just goes off at the top of his lungs, and that wakes you up every morning. Yeah. This one currently is pushing himself along the carpet on his side, making noises like he's full of it. Which he came up to see what I was doing, poked his head in. Now he's making that noise because he wants me to come out and give him a bum scritch. He is not a guardian of the house in any way, shape, or form. He is I'm going to hide behind the sofa, and I'm going to hang out back there until the thieves go and take off with everything, including possibly the sofa. And I may attack if I am forced into a corner. But other than that, you can have all this stuff, dude. Just leave my bed to sleep on and my couch, and I'm good. He is a drama queen. He is. He's pretty, and he knows it. He will guard his buddy. That was one of the things with, I'm just looking at the chat here, when he flew into Heathrow. I had to go into the back to get him. It was about 13 hours after they had arrived. I had been there for most of those 13 hours. They were trying to figure a way to basically get him out of the holding area that he was in, but he was having no part in it because nobody was going to get near his buddy. And his buddy was, she was sitting there, like sitting beside him and like cleaning his ears and the rest of it, saying, "No, it's okay. I've been through this before. I was abandoned. It's all right. I'm here with you." And he had no point of reference whatsoever. So they came out and they got me, and it was like, "Yeah, we don't normally do this, but there's no other way he's coming out of there. So can you come back with us?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do that." So did that. And when he saw me, he was like, "Oh, dude, get me the hell out of here." And it was like, "Okay, we'll get you." So got him out, and she came out right out with me. She was absolutely happy to see everybody there. She was everybody's friend. But he was not going to let anybody get near his buddy. So when he goes and puts on this big dramatic show, when it's like time to go to bed or whatever, and she has to go past him, it's a drama show. It's totally what it is. It is one of his nightly performances. Yeah, and he will, if you touch his toes while he's like lying there and the rest of it, he will make noises at you too. He is a drama queen. Now that we've established that, let's play Purple in My Dreams.
It's so purple. All of the flowers in my head, they feel eternal. I pick 'em all and they don't end. I think I need you. I need to feel something again. It's so damn easy when I am all up in my head. Purple in my dreams, I saw your face. You felt like purple hues and lilacs, and a love that feels like purple. In my dreams, I saw your face. You felt like purple spirit's finally free. It's not so scary. It's not as bad as it may seem. It's more familiar. It's everything I knew it'd be. Purple in my dreams, I saw your face. You felt like purple hues and lilacs, and the love that feels like purple. In my dreams, I saw your face. You felt like purple hues and lilacs, and the love that feels like. I knew it all along. I knew it all along. The water's cold, the flowers, they're so warm. I knew it all along. I knew it all along. The water's cold, the flowers, they're so warm. Purple in my dreams, I saw your face. You felt like purple hues and lilacs, and the love that feels like purple. In my dreams, I saw your face. Your face. Hues and lilacs, and the love that feels like purple. In my dreams, purple hues and lilacs, and the love that feels like purple. You felt like purple.
I think I didn't mute myself. Let's see. I did not mute myself. That was like the Ninjas with Purple in my dreams. SDC, Painted in Sound, Color Study. So this one is interesting because of the note at the beginning. I had this dream the morning of 9/11 where I was wandering the streets of New York City looking for the Jefferson Airplane albums. Suddenly, at the end of the street, the Twin Towers were struck, and all that was left were two gaping holes and some twisted metal of the grating that made out the exterior. Oh, hang on, one sec. Are you coming in? Why don't you come up? Come in. Or come lie down. You can be by my feet if you wish. Come in. Two gaping holes and some twisted metal of the grating that made out the exterior of one of the towers. I slid down into the hole to the bottom where the concrete and rubble lay in ruins. I saw a doorway bathed in purple light. I tried to step through, but I was not allowed to pass. The purple light was alive and vibrant, dancing on the walls in such a way that made the ugliness of the pockmarked concrete look exquisite. I knew that if I turned my head toward the source of the purple light, I would see the face of the divine. I awoke to the news that an airplane had struck one of the Twin Towers. So that's the basis of this song. And the instrumentation on this one is actually pretty simple. It's very, very much almost a plucked type string through a lot of this, and it's a very mild instrumentation. So it gives for a really personal sound, and the story at the beginning is really painted through the words and stuff in the lyrics as well. So it would be one of those questions, right? If you actually had been able to look at the source of the purple light, exactly what you would have seen. So, and I think that's a case of where it's like, yeah, sorry there, Chuckles, you're not ready for that kind of a thing. You know, because for all you know, that would be just like in Raiders where the Nazis are looking at the Ark and suddenly their face melts off, right? So, dreams like that are kind of interesting, where you get things in the future. So it's very well, though, articulated in the lyrics of this song. So I think that's really what I can say on this one. I liked how simple it was and how effective it was as a result of that, though. So thanks for sharing this one. I shall mark it as played. And let's pull up the next one, because we're down to 10 songs now. Oh, I was looking forward to this one for a while now. The reason being, this image is just absolutely hilarious. This looked like kind of waking up from your Percocet. And I wanted to hear the song. I've deliberately stayed away from hearing this song until now, so I'm glad you contributed it. So let's play it. This is Snooze Button. This song brought forth a full-fledged other version. I hate and love you guys. Aww. I am both happy and sad by this news. Like I said, that's such a great picture. It's like,
9 hours? Honey, this ain't a review stream. This is a residency. Track 1 reverb trail through the mountain air. The cue curls on like a county road. Chat's grown whiskers waiting on the load. Every time that finger reaches for next, he finds one more layer buried in the text. We love the care, we love the detail, but sunrise sent a certified mail. The rooster's hoarse, the coffee's gone, and still that mighty review rolls on. Your tongue needs a snooze button. 5 little minutes shut down. Let that the first review is under that. By the time he scored the vocal blend, 2 small kingdoms rose and fell again. No note unturned, no breath unweighed. The mods have started to biodegrade. The moon clocked out, the birds clocked in. He cleared his throat and started again. Your tongue needs a snooze button. OSHA's waiting by the door with a clipboard, cat, and sports drink crate, and the medic on the floor. Your tongue needs a snooze button. A union break might be wise. The Q file for retirement and the whole chat fossilized. A sponsor rolled in with electrolyte crates. A nurse began recording rates. His tongue got fitted with cooling gear, then signed a deal for another year. He paused 3 seconds, chat yelled next, then he said, one thought about the subtext. I respect a man who takes his time, but now that phrase has changed its rhyme. Oh no. Now the first run done through was mighty great. Slow, precise, and worked the weight. You covered every inch of ground, never left one question hanging around. But you came up, walked, said one more thing, then dove right back for another swing. Round 8 is flattering, I appreciate. But I'm running low on water weight. 1 was lovely, 2 was bold, 3 made the coffee pot run cold, 4 through 7, bless your heart, 8 requires a hydration card. Come up for air to regulate, nobody budgeted for round number 8. Your dedication's truly first rate, but I can't keep refreshing my water weight. Your tongue needs a snooze button, give that gifted thing a rest. It's picked apart every song tonight and passed some other tests. Your tongue needs a snooze button before we all dehydrate. The first run earned a perfect 10, but Lord, we're on round 8. Your tongue needs a snooze button, just let that poor thing lie. The queue can wait 5 minutes more while everybody drinks something dry. One more thought? No, honey. Water. Then hit next. Nine hours.
So good, it almost started again. So this is Mike Ray with a snooze button. And the song brought forth a full-fledged other version. I hate and love you guys. So I'd love to hear the other version too. For those, I'm pretty sure this is directed at somebody I know. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure this is directed at somebody that I know. So yeah, 9 hours. This isn't a review stream. I thought it was. This is a residency. Yeah, okay. So, should we go into depth on the lyrics? I love this. This is great. I found a story in the kick and snare. So, yeah, the whole thing with this was just perfect. And I'll be honest, you know, I look at this and I kind of think the same thing when I'm going through some of these. And I've mentioned that a few times too. You know, I don't know if I'm spouting BS or not. I just feel that if somebody's contributing something, that I'm going to try to find as much as I can in it to give that to people. So this one, I will say, definitely hits close to home. And I love it. It's absolutely perfect. And this is written from a position of love as well. It's like, found a story in the kick and snare. Finds more and more layered buried in the text. We love the care, we love the detail. The sunrise sent to certified mail. Yeah, that's it too, right? And I think I've actually mentioned this to Tech Cowgirl as well. It's like, you know, I'm talking too much on some of these streams and going into that, and it's like, well, people appreciate it. Well, to a certain point, yeah, they do. There's also the other point where it's like, oh my God, shut up and just get on to the next song already, right? So I love the fact that this song exists, and I think it's very pointed. I love it. I don't disagree with it, to be honest. And there's sometimes I think that, you know, it's necessary. Other times it's a case of, well, you know, this is a song about moss. How much you want to get into the dirt on moss, right? So my tongue needs a snooze button. Yeah. Done over time, 3 minutes 22. You reviewed it past closing time. Yeah. So, archaeologist, first reviews under that. So, Samson, very much love it, as always. And now I'm just playing with this one a little bit because it's like, okay, how in-depth can I go? But no, I appreciate it. Honestly, I've had the same things like go through my head as well. It's like, do you really want to go this in depth with all these songs? Sometimes, yes. I really feel like they need them. Like Hunter Gatherer, absolutely. I love going deep diving on some of those lyrics. Alice's songs as well, same thing. The premiere album that we did this morning or earlier today with Psychotech, also, you know, there's times though where it's like, okay, we acknowledge the song has played, time to move on. I agree with you totally. So I do want to hear the other version. I think that would be awesome. But we shall mark this one as played. And thank you for contributing this one. I absolutely loved it. And maybe I missed the point. But I think I got it. Which, again, I appreciate. No Pup Cup. Please switch this one out. I thought I did switch that one. As a matter of fact, I know I did because I rejected the one that was in the queue and the other one showed up. So let me check. I want to be sure. No, I totally get it. And I've again, I love the fact that you did this one. So don't think I've ever had a song written for me before. So now that I know that this is specific to me, I will have to go hunt it out on the various streams and say, hey, woo, I'm here, woo.
Shoo up, where's the cream? Ooh ah, broken dream. The window rolls down, the engine hums low, noses out the glass, we're ready for the show. Smell the roasted beans, the paper cup hand off, but the barista turns away and cuts the whole thing off. The betrayal, wagging stops on the tail. The drive-through window closes, the rhythm drops. No pup cup, chew up, deny. Just an empty backseat and wounded pride. You got your iced coffee, but what about the pack? We're plotting an attack. No pup cup, the absolute disgrace. We're blowing heavy metal dog breath right into your face. Otis is staring with a cold, dead glare. Kira's whining loud, breathing heavy in the air. Bonnie's in the back, grinding up her teeth, and Bambino's digging trenches in the leather underneath. We saw the whipped cream. We knew it was there. And you just drove away. Where's the cup?
So that was Bark Magnitude with No Pup Cup. So this is very much like something we had in Canada too. Dairy Queen, they actually had little dog sundaes, and you could just be soft serve ice cream, and you could get these for a while. I think Timmy's also did them too, a variation of it. But I think they stopped doing ice cream years and years back. But you could get basically it would be dog cups as well, where you would have like a little dog sundae. McDonald's it would just be basically the little sundae, nothing in there but ice cream. So, but the DQ that we had gone to on a fairly recent or frequent basis would actually put a dog cookie on the top of it. So, I'm assuming that's what the pup cup is here, and this one appears to be ice cream, or whipped cream, I should say, as opposed to ice cream. So, so this is all about the travesty and you know, going for a ride with your favorite human, and then at that point, the injustice of driving away from the whipped cream. Yeah, I can totally see that. So, again, it would be good to know, kind of cool to know whether or not that was something that's common down there, or if this is just, you know, every once in a while somebody, a store will do this to help the dog owners. So, over here in the UK, there are a lot of dog-friendly restaurants, and let me tell you, it was mind-blowing going into a restaurant outside of Cardiff and seeing, sitting in there and watching somebody walk in with their dog. It was like, that's a thing here? Oh, that is so cool. And there's actually a couple here in the village or the town that we're in as well, where people walk in with on a regular basis with their dogs. And it's unheard of in Canada. That is not a thing that would ever happen. Here, it's part of the culture. So, I think it's awesome. And I'm glad that you wrote a song about the dog and the pup cup not taken. Thanks, TJ. I will mark this one as played. Another likes to ninjas. So we have 8 songs left. And who is not? Noira has not had a play. So I'm going to play Noira after this one. And then I'm going to play Kinski after that. So let me set these up. And then I'm going to do Green Lounge after that. Attack Cowgirl is out of the queue. Yeah, we will do it that way. So we'll do that, and then we will do this. And I will put myself a little higher in here too, because to be fair to myself, it's been a while. So that, and then that, and then that. There we go. Okay, we're set up. Because, yeah, after that, we have 2 from Tragedy Michael, so I'm going to put him in there as well to get his song played. So he's down to 1. And then we've got kind of a queue that is fair, because when that goes down, once that one is done, we will have 3 songs left, 1 song left from everybody. Cool. All right, but let's get Noira Devil played here. One Tap Machine. Counter-Strike song. That got that. Excellent. Just whipped cream. And it's very common at Starbucks and other places like that. Asheville, North Carolina. Excellent. See, I think the world would be a better place if we had more places that were pet friendly. And I'm just going to make sure there's nothing. Oh, see, good thing I checked. Sweetheart Pro Wrestling had one in there. Okay, so we'll put that one in there too. See, and as soon as I did that, it flipped back to rounds again. There we go. And it moved Kinski down the line again. Okay, who's it going to be? It will be that, 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 then Noira, get her back up to the top, and then we are back in the order we were in. Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm going to close the queue now again, and let's play Noira Devil.
One tap. That's all I need. One tap. They rush B. I hold the angle. Crosshair place. Don't move. Don't breathe. First head pops out. Click. Second head pops out. Click. Third. Click. They never even heard me reload. One tap machine, no spray, no panic. One tap machine, one bullet, one body. Every time, one tap, click and they drop. One tap, nobody can stop. One tap, tickle in my head. One tap, they never had a chance. One tap machine, click, 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 drop. Click, 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 click. One tap machine, click, 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 drop. Click, 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 click. Click, drop, click, click, drop. Click, drop, click, click, drop. GG, they're egoing, I'm deagling. They think they can rush me. 5 at once. Round start. Ace, 6 seconds. Nobody spoke. One tap, click and they drop. One tap, nobody can stop. One tap, tickle in my head. One tap, they never had a chance. One tap machine. One tap machine. They call it luck. I call it Tuesday. One tap. One tap. One tap. One tap machine. Click, click, drop. Click, click, GG. Noira Devil.
I didn't unmute. That was Noira Devil with One Tap Machine. Official AI music video. So one of the things I was very happy to see in this video, and I've never seen this before in one of her videos that I've seen, is you actually see her back. And you can see that her hair color goes right down the back. So that's cool to see. I had never seen that before. And the costuming for Neura in this is excellent. Counter-Strike I've never played, to be honest. It's not the genre typically I do for gaming. Not that I really do much online gaming. I think about the extent of what I've done is Minecraft. That's not really my online. I was thinking a couple of times of maybe getting into like an Elite Dangerous or something along those lines. I've just never have to date. I have more fun actually modding the stuff that I do. And it's old stuff. So finding ways to put new life into that, to me, is more interesting than to do the other stuff. But I have thought it'd be interesting to maybe run a server or something that would do Quake or something really ridiculously old like that, just simply to learn some of the basics, because a lot of the players have learned these games generationally, right? Like I played Wolfenstein way back in the day, but I never really got into Doom. It was not, it was a little bit too graphic for what I wanted to play at the time. And as a result of that, I think I missed out on Quake, and then I missed out on the entire thread, right? So going into a game and, blasting other people is not really something I've, kind of a first person setup is my thing. But I appreciated how cinematic this video was, and the fact that it was very definitely tied to Counter-Strike. But there was almost like calls to Hitman with some of the costuming choices as well. So where Neura was doing the 47 sort of assassin type setup, or maybe a little bit of Jane Wick stuff along those lines. But visually very gorgeous, and the song was punchy and to the point. So there we go. I shall mark this one as played. So I'm going to play Green Lounge Records with Desert Nights Indie Watercolor Dance Video, official AI music video. Now, if this is the one I think it is, this is an awesome video. The game is like 5 versus 5. Okay. Movie Wanted, cool effects. That flip was nice. Or was nice. Yeah, I'll have to try it at some point, I'm sure, but here we go.
चमके चांदनी सितारे चमचमाते सितारे सजते हैं नाचो रे नाचो रात जवां है मस्ती में खो जाओ दिल दीवाना है पलू के टीलों में खुशबू का गीत हवा संग झूमे तेरा दिल का संगीत नाचो रे नाचो रात जवां है मस्ती में खो जाओ दिल दीवाना है तारों की पराह में खुशबू का गीत हवा संग झूमे दिल का संगीत नाचो रे नाचो रात जवां है मस्ती में खो जाओ दिल दीवाना है Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. दीवाना है
I remembered. Excellent. So this was the video I was thinking about, or that I was, which is Desert Nights by Green Lounge Records and Hindi watercolor dance video. Yeah, this splashed with all kinds of pretty color and very, very vibrant. And yeah, I love the settings. Again, it's, well, what can you say? It's a Green Lounge Records. So he's going to get a lot into his choreography and the rest of it. And yeah, it's gorgeous. Visually very stunning. We should mark that one as played. Okay. I think I'm going to fire up the transporter for the last batch, because I missed my transporter. And some of you may not have seen my transporter. Unless I do the lottery ball machine. Nah, transporter. Because I want it set. So here we go. Put it back home, transporter. But Kinski and then Sweetheart Pro Wrestling, and then we'll be the last three. Oh, last four, because we had one more come in. So Kinski, Drunken Sailor. I did this for a What Shall We Do with a Drunken Sailor challenge on another Discord, and I think it came out nice. This was a contemporary one, because he asked me about this earlier. So here we go.
Splash of salt and water. Give him a splash of salt and water. Give him a splash of salt and water early in the morning. Yeah, hey, when up we're rising. Yeah, hey, when up we're rising. Oh, oh, when up we're rising early in the morning. Drunken sailor, what do we do with a drunken sailor? Hey, and up we rising. Way and up we rising. Way and up we rising. Way and up we rising. Leave him the longboat till he's sober. Leave him in the longboat till he's sober. Leave him in the longboat till he's sober. Early in the morning. Give him a splash of salt and water. Give him a splash of salt
I'm glad I asked for the contemporary of that. That was really cool. How up to date that sounds. I love the guitar. I love the sound that he put into this one. It's Kinski really has some good abilities in this field. So I always really enjoyed his work. Like, I think I first really caught notice of Kinski when he did a song called Sunflower. That was a while back. And it actually inspired me to go out and create kind of a Weezer sound as opposed to the Nirvana style that he got. So this was cool because in a way it was kind of like if you had kind of a 90s grunge band taken over to Ireland and they needed to pick up some change, you know, for plane fare. And they took on a job from a pub owner saying, yeah, you know, we're a traditional type bar, you know, traditional type pub here, so we'd like something that's done traditional. They go, yeah, okay, I think we know a couple of songs. And I think this would be one of those songs that would be played in this fashion. So yeah, I love the sound of it. Thank you very much, Kinski, for bringing this one by. Mark that one as played. Okay, I'm going to go to Sweetheart Pro Wrestling now. Sister Chastity. These Sisters of Infinite Mercy. This is a single cover of an Enwata Elements generation with a much clearer sound, or much clearer lead vocal and lead guitar. Maybe you lost a little sludge along the way. Okay, cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. What kind of fish? I hope cod. I've actually had a few different types of cod, and cod would be okay. If you had like a potato cod and like broccoli type soup, that would be probably pretty good. I think. You'd probably want to throw some mushroom in there too. That's my thought. Hold on to your habits, says Sweetheart Pro Wrestling. I.e., get playing my song already. You talk too much. All right, here we go. I could totally hear that. Playing in a theater when a theater, yeah, in a stadium when she came in, right? Which makes me wonder what's her outfit look like. I assume that's her in the picture, actually. So, to answer your question, though, about the cheese, I think something like you want something with a sharp flavor to it. I can never remember the name of it, but Tech Cowgirl was really addicted to this particular cheese that we found in Canada. And I think we got that. She ran into that the first time at somewhere like Old Spaghetti Factory, or it was a restaurant we went to anyway, where they had this very interesting cheese. And we went around to several places to find it. We finally found it at, I think, the Italian shop was one of the places that we discovered it at. But with like a ling or a cod or something like that, you have the fish flavor itself, and I think you'd want something sharp to bring that out, that flavor. And as I said, they have some amazing cheeses over here with cheeses that actually have fruit in them, like apricot and that kind of stuff. So if you had a sharp cheese with like maybe like an apricot or something as well, you would have this kind of savory sort of tasting fish soup that had this fruitiness to it, and then you have the broccoli that had some green. I think it would be actually pretty good. So there you go. There's answering what type of what kind of thing you would do with that. Theater is more appropriate to your attendance size. Yep. Awesome. The only cheese I like is 80s cheesy lines outfits. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, UK, amazing amount of cheese. Where in Canada, we would have a small section, if you're lucky, maybe a quarter of a row. And mostly it's various orange cheeses, like you can get your mild cheddar, or you can get your medium cheddar, or you can get your extra mature cheddar, or possibly you can get yourself some mozzarella. And if you're really lucky, we might go for some of them there fancy Italian cheeses. And that's kind of what you get, right? Here, oh my God, where you had in Canada, you would have a small section, and you would have an entire aisle here, and you might have a small section at the end. That would be something else. Everything else in that aisle will be cheeses. It is simply astonishing. Well, I was talking about the Canadian cheese aisle. Like, this is where I come from, right? You would get to a few places where they would have a fairly good selection of cheese. But you come to the UK, man, you have never seen cheese like you see cheese here. It is absolutely spectacular. And we don't really buy enough of it. But Red Leicester is, I think, the last stuff that we bought. And I've bought some spiced Gouda while I've been here. And I think we bought some, I think it was Emmendale once or twice as well. And you can get different types. So you get a white cheese with apricot or a berry in it. Oh, dude, like it is amazing, the cheeses here. So, anyways, I've gone down another tangent. Can you tell? Okay, I am going to pull a Tragedy Michael next. Let's go with Perfect World, because that was left from last time. See, I remember. I mean, I'm not ignoring songs. Okay, we will do Perfect World. Oh, and for the record, I have also said in a private or in a DM to somebody who was on the stream earlier that my listeners deserve medals. That's what I said. Because of the amount of talking I do. So there we are. I'm not completely unconscious of how much I'm talking. So.
You pray for that special gift, the one you never put on any list, and send away for that perfect world. Whatever happened to that perfect world? There never was a perfect world. And I'm choking on the barrel of my midnight special, staring down the barrel of my midnight special. Yeah, tonight's gonna be fucking special. Leave a message for my newborn child. Your boots wear down with every mile. Eat shit with a crooked smile. Vengeance is worth your while. Walk this earth in fucking style. And I'm choking on the barrel of my midnight special, staring down the barrel of my midnight special. Yeah, tonight's gonna be fucking special. Everyone's looking at me, I know what they say. Fuck their sympathy, their empathy, their emotional charity. I have fucking clarity. And I'm choking on the barrel of my midnight special, staring down the barrel of my midnight special. Yeah, tonight's gonna be fucking special.
That was Tragedy Michael with Perfect World. So that opening sounded like pure Hendrix when it first started off. I was like, oh, this is interesting. This sounds very, Hendrix-like. And then it went more punk, I guess. But I was kind of listening to this thinking this is very much like something you hear almost on the Crow soundtrack. Like it's got a very, very good sound for the style of music that it is, and the lyrics are great. Like the guy is basically, you can tell he's kind of in the last little bit of what's going on because somebody is forcing him to eat his gun, right? So he's kind of, this seems to be one of those moments where it's like the last little bit, and everyone's looking at him just kind of feeling bad for him, and he's like, yeah, whatever. this is kind of the way I knew it was going to kind of come out. So at least that's what I got here. The guy was promised something and never came about. Made his best to figure it out. Now he's staring down his gun, and his time is done, right? So listen to me rhyme. So Nah is cool. Again, I thought it was going to be something entirely different than what it turned into. I thought initially it was going to be something Hendrix. And this is, yeah, it was great. So we should mark this one as played. All right. Out of the ones that are left, I'm the one that has had to wait the longest, so I will do my next one, or my last one. So this is Buffering. This is off my Unintentional Falling Down the Stairs. Oh my God, I accidentally put my foot into the middle of a comedy album. I mentioned it a couple of times earlier. This is from the album Contains Up to 12% Human. And this one, I went for kind of a prog rock style. And it's all about buffering. And when Green Lounge was having the problems with his stream yesterday, I just about substituted this song in because it's all about, streaming and buffering and having to wait, forever. Hey, wait, that sounds familiar. I think Mika did a song like that. Okay, let's play this one.
Loading. Yesterday I clicked play. The circle turned, the silence grew. I watched the seconds multiply. The coffee cooled, the daylight changed. 1,000 thoughts crossed my mind. Somewhere beyond the router, beyond the fiber, beyond the stars, my video waits. Buffering, lost between them now and then. Buffering, will I ever stream again? Round and round the circle flies, a tiny wheel before my eyes. Buffering, carry me through space and empires rose, empires fell. Software reached version 12. Passwords changed, phones grew smart. Still I watch the spinning art. Children grew, neighbors moved. History continued on. Progress marched, the future came. Loading 7%. Perhaps the real download was patience.
patience acquired along the way.
Every dream must someday load. Buffering. Every path requires code. Time itself may drift away.
I'll still be here, awaiting play. Video loaded. Advertisement. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was Buffering by myself. Yeah, I thought what would be funny would be, you know, you're approaching the heat death of the universe, and literally that's when your video finally loads, and then you get an ad. So you have to wait just a little bit longer, and then that's when literally when the universe ceases to exist in any meaningful way, because there is no more transference of energy, so therefore your phone/laptop shuts down and you never get past the advertisement. So I thought it would be fun like that. So but connection broken. Yeah, I can see that. So symphonic start with accordions instead of ensemble. Yes. Real bark magnitude is going nuts. So yeah, this song I basically went for a little bit of prog rock, because I thought it'd be kind of fun to do that with accordion. I'd never done that before. The entire album has been me trying different things. I have one that is still looks cool to me, and that one is entirely. It's an 80s synthwave love fest, is what that is. Because that was the nature of the song. It was all about guy finds his jacket and he finds, you know, a Walkman in there, and then he manages to locate his cassette collection, finds his 80s driving tunes. It's mirrored sunglasses. It's all the 80s memes all put together into one song. And the guy's like, yeah, the jacket still fits. Well, barely, because he's a lot chubbier now. But anyways, and he's living his dream, you know, that 80s dream. And that's what that song is all about. It's a parody in the fact that it is a serious song. At least it comes across as serious, but it's entirely poking fun at the 80s. So that's why it got included on the comedy album. But every one of these songs that I did on this album have accordion in it, because I think that would be an entertaining thing to base my albums on for the comedy, because it's associated, you know, with comedy, and it would be fun to do. And that's what buffering is about. Okay, now let's do the scratch card. Oh no, we're doing transporter now, aren't we? Here we go. Likes to ninjas is good for you. Main character moment. Their story and song. Never really leaned into synthwave. I've done retrowave. Synthwave, I've done a couple songs in it, and it can be fun. When you get the sound, it is very definitively synthwave. Let's put it that way. So, that's what I'll say. So let me get this one playing. Main character moment, the story and song. Story of my vocal persona, Candy. She sings here she was born of a sugar confection during the Halloween season of 2025. They used a challenge called Apocalypse by Swedish Fish, where the candied fish came to power and ruled over everything sweet. You had a choice, fall in line, resist, or go mad. I thought, well, why not all three? Candy was born when I generated the first song, falling in line under the rule of the candied fish, and realized she loved sour more and resisted. Her personal revenge was to eat all the candied fish, which caused her both a tummy ache and thinking she was all powerful. Yes, take their power by devouring the body. Yeah, okay. I've since used her vocals for a number of other songs, many of them where she toys with her lovers. She can be quite a temptress, but beware, remember, she enjoys sour more than the sweet. All of her songs can be heard in her playlist, and we have a playlist, which I will grab and I will put into the chat. If that is there, it needs to be shared. There we go. Okay, here we go.
Not everything sweet is good for you. I was born of a sugary confection where candied fish ruled by deception. They wrapped us in licorice chains so sweet it was easy to bow down to their sweet meat. I swallowed their morsels and saccharine smiles, gladly partaking of every syrupy beguile. Then I bit that fruit and my tongue went sharp. Sour hit deep in the back of my heart. I looked deep at myself in the glass and saw the monster in me looking back. Does that make me sour? Do you want to taste or do you desire to devour? Don't taste me in haste. I may look sweet wrapped in caramel, but take heed of this parable. Be careful what you swallow. Inside it could be hollow. A spoonful of nectar may lie a specter. Read the label while you are able. Choose slow and learn the rule. Not everything sweet is good for you. Yeah. I ate the tarts, I ate the fudge, every last charm, every last crumb. I swore I was queen with the sugar-stained crown. Then my belly roared, and it dragged me down. I was loud as thunder, I was made of pride, till the ache in my gut cut the world to size. Now I wear my blame like a bridal veil, and I kiss like a curse when I set my trail. I saw the glare in my pretty teeth, see the flash of smile. I was the hand that pulled the lead. Yes, I can be vile. No saint, no victim, just a blade dressed up soft in a candy glaze. Be careful what you swallow. Inside it could be hollow. A spoonful of nectar may lie a specter. Read the label while you are able. Choose slow and learn the rule. Not everything sweet is good for you. Yeah. is good for you.
That was like the Ninjas with Is Good For You. So there is some amazing stuff in this song. First of all, I love the almost the Santana type sound to it. I thought that was just sounded gorgeous. And one of the things that I looked at that I wanted to point out, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, but the way this chorus kicks in, if you look, it almost does like a tail or the front end of a fish. And I don't know if that was deliberate, how that kind of curves in like that, because it's consistent. There's another one right there. That was amazing. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that is so cool. So again, I don't know if Likes the Ninjas did that on purpose, but it sure fits with the song. The voice was great as well. It sounded very appropriate for the song. You know, she's a tease, and if you fall for her, potentially you're going to leave a damaged thing if you're lucky to leave it all. So yeah, this is great. So I'm going to mark this one as played, and then we have two left. Bark Magnitude, The Great Escape. Otis Broke My Heart. So fortunately, one of our Bark Magnitudes is currently behind me in the chair. And I think the other one probably is snoozing as well. So I think I'm probably okay to play this one. I will find out really quickly, and you will probably hear really quickly too. So, here we go.
I thought I was a good girl. I thought they loved me. But it was all a lie, wrapped in peanut butter. They said they put me in my crate to keep me safe. So safe, so safe. But I'm staring through the wires at an empty space. I was tricked, oh I was a fool, lured in with treats, played by the rules. They threw in my squeaky toy, closed the latch tight. Now I'm howling all alone in the middle of the daylight, and I can't stand the noise of myself just barking at the wall. Where did Otis go? Where did he go? Did he answer the call? Did they take him to the park? The dog park, oh the thought of it is breaking my heart. Sha-la-la-la, poor Kira. I hate to think he's excited, riding in the car, hanging his head out the window like a superstar. Is he chasing a frisbee? Is he sniffing the breeze while I'm locked in here, begging on my knees? I bet he's wagging his tail at some poodle named Sue while I'm stuck on his blanket with nothing to chew. And I can't stand the noise of myself just barking at the wall. Where did Otis go? Where did he go? Did he answer the call? Did they take him to the park? The dog park, oh the thought of it is breaking my heart. Look at me, I'm Kira D, lousy with treats, but I am not free. No peanut butter corn can cure this despair when my brother's out running with wind in his hair. I thought I was a good girl. I thought they loved me. But it was all a lie, wrapped in peanut butter.
Oh, I didn't mute. Okay. That was Bark Magnitude with The Great Escape. Otis Broke My Heart. And I know there's a part 2 to this one because I've seen it too. It's four songs on the playlist are for that challenge, so they have a lot of candied references. Yes, cool. There was dog dancing on it. There was even puppeteers. I saw more than a few puppeteers, and Kira was a good girl. So, yeah, this is a fun one. It always has been a fun one, and I love the 50s design to it. I have been in the 90s. It was a 50s American style diner that they had in Vancouver. So at that point, it was expensive because it was touristy, but food was good. And that was one of the things I remembered a lot about it. I doubt it's still in existence anymore because it was just off of Granville Street when you cross the river, the bridge as well, and then you were on the other side of Granville Island. There was a road going east-west there, and that was a pretty popular tourist road. So it was upstairs, and chances are it was gone probably a year after I was there. So, but American diners are cool. I really enjoy them, and I have sat on many a stool like that. So I appreciated this one. It was a lot of fun because doggos and the trials of the crated canine. It was great. So we have a lone song sitting here waiting for me to click play. That has been waiting for a very long time. The last song of the night is from Tragedy Michael, The Whisper of the Grove. Whisper of the Grove, and that is a song about people no longer hearing the old gods. That's an interesting question I'm going to ask. Not right now.
Slowly rises from the ground where sleep the wise ones, and the wisdom that was buried in the clay still holds sway. Still holds sway. Fawkes makes its home by the pale light of the crescent. I could feel the old ones present when my skin was touched by a breath of ash and pine that marked the sign and woke the whisper of the grove. And in that hush I saw the throng, a circling dance, an ancient song, hands that wove without a spindle, hearts that beat but felt no kindle, eyes that stared upon the fire but never saw the sacred law that feeds the whisper of the grove. I cried, you sleep too deeply. The horned one stirs, the crone is weeping. Feel the rain that I would send you. Let the turning season mend you. But my voice faded on the air, and no one there could hear the whisper of a bird. They'd made, and the wind softly swept the meadow, but their eyes were veiled in shadow, and though inside all the rooms of star and bone are yours alone. In every room, in every seed that grows, it is the whisper of a grove.
And that was Tragedy Michael with Whisper of the Grove. I would love to have seen the prompt for this one. I am hearing like hurdy-gurdy, and there's some other saw type instruments there that I'm not sure what they are. And I think that would be really interesting to see. So, message in this one was kind of cool. It was literally somebody who was going and trying to tell everybody to wake up, and they were stuck in the dream of, I guess you could call it a more modern age. And this is like one of the last people that is still seeing that time before. So, love the sound of this one. And I was thinking that, it wouldn't be that long ago that people would be looking at what we're doing today and thinking, that is absolutely magic what they are doing. I mean, besides the obvious, right, where they can have a bard who goes and appears from nothingness and proceeds to sing a song, or potentially go and say they've taken this song that only I know and I've repeated, and in less than 5 minutes they've completely changed the person who was singing this song, and they've made it 100% accurate to what I had learned, and may have taken this person 2 years to learn. They have it in like maybe 5 minutes, right? Suno and this music generation period is one of these magical moments in time that we will go through, and come out at the other side of it, the world's going to be entirely a changed thing, because it's like anything else, right? Video, these days you can go and create almost anything with AI. news organizations create stories all the time that may be then later revised as they go along and they get more facts. But clicks sell papers. Well, in this case, gets views in front of eyeballs. So that's where you get a lot of AI involvement with media. And we're doing that 5 years from now. What we do won't be very spectacular. As a matter of fact, it'll be almost looked at being quaint. And with this song, it's very much the same way of somebody who is grounded in that prior time, asking, almost pleading for others to, see what is around them, and they don't. It's not part of their world. It would be like, well, most of you probably had the experience of trying to explain what we do to others that have no concept. What do you mean? Like, you have your computer make music? Oh, I heard some of that once. It was like beep beep boop 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 beep beep beep. I think I heard it on a speaker, the speaker of the computer. It's like, no, you don't understand. That was 40 years ago. What we have now is we can create something. Like we can take a song that was put out there in the 1920s and we can bring that song right back to life, and we can reimagine it and put it out there again and bring that forward for an entirely new generation. And that's, I think, one of the neat things about a song like this one, because they're trying to do the same thing. They're saying, this is something of that prior time. This is what the world is for this person. Open your eyes and see it. No, it's fine. We got TikTok. Netflix. It's on. And we'll just kind of worship these other things. So, I was cool. I enjoyed the song a lot. And as soon as I click on play, or the mark is played, we will be down our queue. Unless somebody else has snuck one in, we'll see. I will open this and then I will shut it off again. We're good. Nobody else has dropped anything else in. All right, I will mark submissions as open and I will click this. And that is the end of our show for today, this week. As I told Green Lounge Records, I think you guys deserve a medal for being with me as long as you are. I'm hoping that you guys get something valuable out of this. I know I'm really enjoying listening to the music and to be able to comment on it. I hope what I give you guys is something that you guys are finding good or useful. If not, I'd appreciate knowing, because I'm pretty sure I have better things to do on a Saturday night. Oh, I just got a moth in here. Then being on for 9 hours and subjecting you guys to that. So, but we shall call this one a night. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will probably do a raid at the end of the show and send everybody over to whoever's on. So let's get this one going.
Low in my signals fading slowly, screens are going dark.
All right, I'm just trying to find somebody I can raid into. Following. I think T is on. Oh, there's R2E2. Uptime 3:33, and it looks like it is his standard show. Interview and plus live Q&A. So I think that he's not currently doing that. I think he's currently having his interview, or interviewing here. So I don't want to disturb him in that. Let's send you over to R2E2. Start the raid. And thanks, everyone.
Tech Cowgirl. I'm puffing on a fat joint. Junoon's got the cosmic rave energy right now. Wanna play a round of parades? Say yes and we'll kick it off. Let's go. Sweetheart, what's good? Junoon of the Dramatique is frying my coils RN. Puffing on a fat joint. Vibes off the charts. Wanna just chill and chat or sling a song request? Let's go.